Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the last day of the speaker series. We would like to thank all participants and speaker thus far for joining Garuda Hacks 2.0 in this journey. We hope that your projects have been going along nicely and perhaps gain some valuable experience along the way. Once again, I would like to give a special shout out to the Garuda Hacks team and directors for making this event possible. Now, without further ado, we would like to invite our first guest of the day, Ahmad Sahab. Ahmad is the engineering manager at Sendit. Sendit is a financial technology company based in Southeast Asia, which focuses on providing payment solutions and simplifying transactions for businesses. Prior to joining the Sendit team, Ahmad worked as a senior software engineer in Tokopedia and PayFast. Let's give a warm welcome for Mr. Ahmad Sahab and team. Maybe you can unmute your speaker.
Yeah, hello. Hi. Thank you so much for the introduction, Natasha. So, should I start sharing my screen now?
Oh, okay.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Natasha. So, should I start sharing my screen now?
Yep, sure.
Oh,
Okay.
hi.
Hi.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Natasha. So, should I start sharing my screen now?
Yep, sure.
Oh,
Okay.
hi.
Hi.
Thank you so much for the introduction.
Hi, guys. I think we are experiencing a technical issue. So, uh, yeah, our team is still.
All right, thank you so much. So, I will be starting the session with a short introduction about Zenbit and about culture before we move on to Ahmad's session about a day in the life at Zenbit. So, Zenbit is a payment gateway company that focuses on creating digital infrastructure for Indonesia and Philippines, as well as the greater Southeast Asia region. Our vision is to create a one stop digital payment platform for all businesses, all size, from micro SMEs, and also enterprises to start and scale quickly. We are very committed in building digital infrastructure in Indonesia and in the Philippines. We aim to make payments simple for everyone and for all types of businesses. A little bit of background about our investors. We are actually the first Indonesian focused Y Combinator graduate back in 2015. We are also backed by world class investors from different VCs that are based in Silicon Valley, as well as local ones such as Golden Gate Ventures, ASO, Kleiner Perkins, Tiger Global, and also East Ventures. And a little bit about Zendit. Right now, we process 142 trillion total transaction volume a year. We're sometimes still very amused on how big that volume is and how come we've grown so fast for the past few years. And we have 110 million transactions per year that we process. And right now we're in hyper growth stage. So we are having 600 team members and it's always growing from year to year. And a bit of our customers, we actually serve all scale of businesses from social sellers, SMEs to larger corporations. And here are some of the logos that you can see here. Maybe you're familiar with. Maybe you've used XLX before, Ninja Van, or Traveloka and Weiss. Our headquarters is actually based in Jakarta. However, we do attract a lot of talents from different parts of the world, especially during this pandemic right now that everyone is working remotely. So we do have a lot of different people from different backgrounds, whether you're in Malaysia, US, India, Singapore, and UK. And now we have also recently expanded to the Philippines. So we do have a local team there as well. And you can see some of the backgrounds of the companies that our people have worked with before. There are people that are from the consulting background or from other startups and other tech backgrounds as well. So we're very diverse here at Zendit, and you will meet a lot of different people that are smart and can bring innovative things to the table. And I would say that 2021 is actually a very, very exciting year for us. Why? Because we've reached a new milestone this year. So, despite the pandemic and everything, we actually have grown super fast and accelerating quickly. And these are the top three things that I want to share. So, maybe you might have heard the news or you might already seen it that we're actually the first B2B payments unicorn in Indonesia, and we are the seventh unicorn in Indonesia, among with other names. And we are actually growing very fast and exponentially throughout the past years. So we're having a 200% growth year on year. And yeah, something that I would like to flex a bit actually on Zenbit is actually our culture, because you've heard a lot about the successes and all the growth that we've experienced at Zenbit. However, the fundamental thing, or the thing that actually stems us, is our culture. We are a group of people that are very passionate about the passion in building digital infrastructure in Indonesia. We do work hard, but we do play hard as well, as you can see from the pictures. Actually, yesterday we just finished our virtual company trip. So that's like an annual thing where you gather together and experience the culture at Zendit. You can see some of the pictures. We do play ping pongs, we do have yoga sessions, and back in the office, we do have lunch together and also even dinner. So we can say that that's something that we really champion as a company, because that what stems us together. And for you, everyone who's here, you might be a good fit for Zendit if you love to serve emerging markets, because especially in Southeast Asia, Indonesia, and Philippines, we do see a massive growth potential. And second, the company you're interested involved in a company that is small enough to create an impact, but it's big enough that the risks are removed. So I will share a bit of a video from our founder and CEO Moses. Let me know if you can hear or if you can't, but hopefully you can hear it. So can you hear the sound? I'm just checking first.
Hi, I'm Moses from Sendit. We provide payments in Southeast Asia. Someone should be excited about joining Sendit if one, you love the idea of serving emerging markets. Southeast Asia is the fastest growing region in the world. And two, you want to work at somewhere which is small enough for you to make an impact and really drive change, but big enough where a lot of the risks are removed. So it's about scaling the business now, not about product market fit.
Just a short PSA. And yeah, I would like to share several perks of working with Zenit that I also experienced myself. First of all, it's a flexible working schedule. So because we're from different parts of the world, so everyone can have their own and build their own schedule. So it really depends on how you want to do it and what works best for you, because at the end of the day, it also depends on the outcome that you deliver. And second, of course, that we want you to grow. You will be given a lot of exciting challenges that develop your skills. And of course, the third one that is important is that you will be working with a lot of people from diverse part of the world, a different culture, where you can get to understand more about them. And the fourth one is it's a very fast-paced work environment. It might not be for everyone. However, the pace that you will be involved in or that you experience is something that will definitely correlate with the growth mindset that you have. So if these four resonates with you and you are ready to make an impact, especially in the Southeast Asia region, this is something, Zenit is definitely the one for you. So yeah, I think that's it from my side. I will give it forward to Ahmad.
All right, thanks, Sandra. So let's just start with. You can go next. Okay, I'll just introduce myself a bit first so you guys know me and know about my background, my hobby, etc. So it can be like a talk instead of me just uh, like doing one sideway slides today. So yeah, my name is Ahmad Sahab. Currently based in Bali since COVID because I'm sick of the traffic in Jakarta, and I like the beach here. So every time before I go to working, I like to spend my day there, or just even walking, near the paddy fields and stuff. So my role right now is as an engineering manager. A bit revision to what you said before. I haven't worked in Tokyo Video very fast before. I've been in Zenit for 5 years plus. So this is actually the very first full-time job that I had, and I've been working in Zenit since then. I'll be telling a bit story about that later, but yeah, just to set a context right. A bit of fun facts. I think I really like to read nonfiction books. I could not read novels. It makes me sleepy right away. So yeah, every time I have my free time, I like to try to read as many books as I can. I've been into cooking since COVID. I think last year, before the COVID hit, even I cannot make a proper rice. So it was a shame. But now I try to learn how to make a proper Japanese or Western or Thai, whatever. And I think since I moved here, I've been trying to learn how to surf or skate. In fact, this morning I surfed first, so maybe you guys see me a bit burned. Sorry for that, it's because of the sun. And yeah, also another fun fact, I used to be a hackathon junkies like you guys now. I think last time I went to hackathon were 2 years ago before COVID hits. The reason why I didn't really join hackathon anymore right now is because of my time, and also I love the vibe of spending nights with my friends just to hack and like didn't sleep for 24 hours plus and like be a zombie in the final day of presentation. It makes my adrenaline like rushing. So yeah, I used to attend like hackathon 2 or 3 times a year or something. I think it's really good way to spend your day and get to know your friends and even like really sharpen your skill. So that's about me, and we can go next. So what today is gonna be about? I think I was asked you to just to share how does the engineer day to day looks like in Zenit. So the way I want to share that is by first telling you, making sure we're aligned here. What is actually a software engineer? What is the role there? What kind of different track there? And after that, the meat of this presentation will be a more closer look into a day of a software engineer. And after that, a bit of stories about the tough days we have here and also the happy days. So yeah, I'll be trying to share based on my experience at Zendet. So probably it's gonna be a bit different with any of the startup that we have in the world. So let's just go through the first topic. Next again. So this will be about the roles of a software engineer, and I think you probably guys heard about this. It's just to break the ice. I think most of the people, right, when they ask how to actually fix some CSS alignment or the margin or whatever, they thought we can actually figure out by themselves. We thought that we're smart enough. We have all of it in our head, but no. I think up until today, if I was asked to do some syntax that I'm not really used to, I'll just Google it and suck up the lowest the best thing ever in the world. And yeah, I think I couldn't do my job if I didn't have the skill of Googling. And then the second meme, I think this is probably more related to you guys by the beginning of the hackathon. Maybe you guys feel so fresh, but I don't know. I don't know how many days you've been in, but that's how you'll look like at the end of the day. So good luck and hope you guys have a good time. Um, yeah, I think another thing that also want to emphasize later in the day, right? There's a very important ways for us as developers. At the beginning of a project, we're probably very excited. Even at the beginning of a work, we're probably very, very excited with how we want to spend our days and startup. But startup is a very fast-paced environment, so we really know how to make ourselves feel still sane, how to make sure that we do not spend our energy just for work. So to make ourselves still, having a very balanced life between work and life. So yeah, let's get through it. Next. Before I going further into the day of the software engineers, it's really important for us to understand the different career track of an engineers. So there, in here, I'm trying to simplify it. So we have around six different roles here. But then we're gonna start first with the junior one and more experience, and later in the maybe in the upper level of the engineer. So we're gonna start with what kind of responsibility you'll be having if you're sitting at the maybe you're a fresh graduate, very first into this new job. You're probably sitting at a junior or intermediate level. So I think the best sentence to describe that responsibility is really to try to learn everything. So you're trying to learn how to write a clean code, a code that is up into the industry standard, so it's really easy to be maintained. And your peers, if they want to do something about it, above your code, they know how to actually read and modify it, so it's going to be aligned toward the product requirements. And other than that, the development or Scrum process, I think another important thing in the very early days of your career is to know how you collaborate with the team to actually build a product. So you'll know probably every company has their own process, but then in Zendesk we adopt this Scrum methodology, and in the very first years of your career, you really want to get used to it. You really want to know the pace and all of the collaborations that you need to do to actually collaborate with your maybe tech leads, product manager, or whatever. And other than that, some more technical stuff you want to learn, how to deploy, and also how to release, making sure you're doing a proper UAT and stuff like that. And I think another important soft skill that very very beneficial at your early days is really to develop your communication skill as an engineer. You know how to talk with other engineers, but you also know how to talk with non-engineering people, like maybe your product manager, your maybe the customer success team or whatever. So yeah, those are like a kind of such skills that probably in this early days going to be look like. Next. And then after, when you're feeling more confident, when you're probably your manager know that you have the potential, or you ask for that kind of opportunity, you're probably gonna be start to leading the team. Maybe you're taking a senior role, you're working as a tech lead or something like that. Then at this state, what the day that you're gonna the kind of responsibility that you're going to be having is really about independently making a critical decision. So um, you want to know how you want to architect your maybe microservice, or you want to know how you can actually uh, refactor the current microservice, or even like deprecate the old service or stuff like that. But then at the same time, rather than having you as the best person to make that critical decisions, you know that this is also this time for you to manage and build a team. You need to start knowing how to mentor one of the junior members. You need to know how to actually get them the right opportunity for them to grow. You want to know that how to actually having, like, let's say you have three engineers under you. You'll have to know that they're working at the right project at the right time. And then I think another important point is when you're at this level, the kind of impact you're giving will be much more visible toward the business goals. So you're probably having a lot of ownership to actually figuring out how we can scale up our products, like what Moses just said, how we can expand this product into not just in Indonesia. Let's say in Zendet, we expand our product to Philippines around early last year, and those kind of ability to do that is something that you can see at this stage. Next. Okay, so and then the last one, this is a very high level idea of this, but it's actually much more. So at this level, maybe you're an engineering manager or architect. So sorry, before I go into that, I missed something. So in here, you see that there's a staff or tech lead, there's a principal or engineering manager, there's an architect or CDO. Why there are two kind of different role at the same level? So in Zendet, we have a career track where you want to focus on two different career tracks. One is individual contributor, and the second one is the management role. If someone is already in a senior role, they'll be given a choice to actually focusing either, I want to focus on management or I want to focus on my engineering problem. So if someone is more focusing on an engineering problem, they're probably going to take a role related to staff software engineer, principal software engineer, architect. But someone who's want to be focusing their time to actually managing a team, growing and scaling up the business as well, they probably want to spend their time on the tech lead or engineering manager or even like as a CTO. So that's the difference. And back again to the slide, I think at this last two levels, you'll be like the kind of person who is actually ownership of the overall quality of the team, overall quality of the engineering output. So you'll need to supervise the whole team, and you'll need to make sure that the kind of output, the kind of standards, and the way we're building the product is actually correct. And other than that, some kind of common responsibility that you'll be having. You're probably not only managing one team right now, you're probably managing multiple teams where you have a couple managers there. Right now, you learn how to hire or even fire people. You establish the technical standards that the team has to have. And also, you'll know that every priority that the team is doing right now is actually going to be making impact to the business goals. So yeah, that's a brief idea of the career track. Hope you guys kind of see and understand how it looks like. And we can go next. So yeah, since I mentioned before, there are a few different levels on the engineering career. Another important context to be shared here, the specialization is also matters. So if you're doing, so this is a very small subset of it. There are a lot of more domains. But if you're doing backend, it's going to be a pretty different kind of job than doing front end. The kind of your day to day or the kind of stakeholders that you're working with, the kind of customers that you're serving will be very different, maybe also with the mobile. Or let's say you want to focus as an infrastructure engineer, then probably your customers is no longer the Zenit customer, but your customers is actually the Zenit developer, Zenit engineer. So you need to know how to support them. So with that kind of specialization or domain knowledge, you will need to understand that the kind of your day to day will be different. But then, as you see, it's like a diagram friend. There are a lot of shared, shared responsibility there. So at the end, there are also similar things that you'll be having in day to day life. But then, once you know what kind of specialization that you want to take, then it's going to lead you toward a different kind of problems, different kind of technology that you will use. So yeah, that's the context that I want to start, and then we can go to the next slide, which is going to be about a closer look into day of a software engineer. So for this one, I will take this as my days. I'll just like combine the days between what I'm doing right now and how I imagine myself if I'm still taking maybe like the intermediate engineering role or maybe like even junior engineering role, because at that time I have much more time to code and I have much more time to do research. But right now my role as an engineering manager, I have to manage team, so it's gonna be a bit different. But let's assume this is me when I was still a software engineer. So this one would be like the perfect day, the perfect morning to start my day. I think if I can sleep early, I will try to wake up like 5 a.m. Then at that time, I won't do work immediately. I will spend like 4 hours plus to do my own stuff, things that makes me more positive, things that makes me have more energy. I'll try to read books. I'll try to maybe do gratitude journaling. Then after that, I go somewhere, maybe go to the gym or having a run, so that because our health as an engineer is really important. We should really prioritize our health above anything else. So having exercise, eating a good breakfast is super super crucial. Then after I'm having an early part of my days to actually making sure I have a good way to start my day. Then my favorite tools to check what I'm gonna do at that time will be Todoist. So I always have my Todoist handy. I see what kind of three high priority problems that I have to work on today. then I'll gonna make sure that is in the correct priority, and after that I'll set it in my mind. Okay, this is the first thing that I'm gonna do. The second thing, the third thing. But if I still have more times, that I'm gonna take a look again at my to-do list and see what kind of work that I'm gonna do after. And then yeah, around 9:30, I will do my very first meeting, which is a team stand up. So what is team stand up? This is a very short meetings. We always want to keep meetings short and send it. My team personally hates like a long meeting where not everybody can contribute to it. So instead, team stand up meeting, we usually run it between 10 to 15 minutes. This is the time when everyone in the team want to share their new updates. You want to share what I'm going to do today. You want to also share blockers. Let's say if they're having some issues with the deployment, if they didn't have enough clarity about the projects, they want to use this session to make to clear out all of the blockers. And I think it's gonna run until like 9:45 a.m. And after that, I have my own time to start writing codes. So I think you guys know how it feels to write code, so I'm gonna make it simple. But I think the reason why you see that there's a block amount of chunk there, this is related to the concept that we call focus time or undisturbed time. So as an engineer, you want to make sure that you have a time where nobody nudge you. You can just have yourself and your Visual Studio Code, Sublime, Vim, whatever, and you're just dealing with that because every time someone like nudging you or every time you lose focus, you need to it's gonna take like around 13 to 15 minutes to regain your focus back and you can actually be in the flow. So you want to make sure that you deal with the high priority problems first thing in the day when nobody can disturb you. And yeah, other than writing codes, right? I think it's also depend on the kind of days that I'm gonna be at. But you'll be also, using your time to review other people's codes. Since you're working in a team, they will be asking you to review their pull requests in GitHub, GitLab, whatever. And at that time, you want to make sure that the codes that are that you are currently reviewing is already in the standard that you care about, that the team care about, is already providing enough sufficient unit testing, is already providing sufficient integration testing as well, and you want to make sure that there are no repetitive logic, they're following a dry process, and you want to make sure that we learn something out of it. And then maybe nearing 11, probably you want to have some time to do your own research. I think this is also another important thing as an engineer. Most of the time, when you're given a task within the sprint, you won't be immediately working on the project. You want to do some time to do research. You want to make sure that you really know what are the possible blockers or what are the kind of database design that you want to putting in, what kind of index you want to have to set up. Maybe you want to introduce new APIs. Maybe even you want to use new tools. And with that kind of demands, then you need to spend some time to do research. And that's why I'm putting it here. And I think around 11:30, 11:45, that's when a good trigger for me to take a lunch break. And prior to COVID, this is one of my favorite station in Zandit, where we just coming back from level 7 of the office to the level 3. We meet a lot of other Zen peeps in there, having a lunch, really forgetting about work, having fun. Maybe plays a bit of ping pong in between. And I think if you guys don't know yet, in Zandit we have our own chef as well, which cook really, really good food. They can cook a lot of different kind of nationality foods. So lunch break is one of our favorite time of the day. So next, and yeah, after having a good lunch, you're having your tummy is not crying anymore. Then usually I'll try to spend my time to write more codes. Or this is actually occasional, but I have to mention it to you guys, which is dealing with fires. So what is fires? You can imagine, right, as an engineer, when you deploy your code to production, um, there is no way that is 100% free of bugs. There must be some kind of dependencies that we have, maybe in the third party in our infrastructure, or even we didn't touch it properly. So there will be an incident And when that incident happened, you want to make sure that you get everything out from your table and focus on dealing with the fires. You want to make sure that as an engineer, we're gonna make sure that all the transactions, all kind of the experience that the customer is having with our production ready products is gonna be resolved immediately, and that's where we're gonna pull people who we think is responsible and can able to solve that fires to actually extinguishing it. So yeah, but I don't think you're gonna deal with that every day. Maybe like once a month, once every 2 months, depends on the maturity of the team. But yeah, as an engineer, you cannot avoid of dealing with fires because that's gonna happen. And yeah, if I don't write my codes, if I actually already ship my codes to production or maybe to the sandbox environment, then I'm probably gonna sitting with the product manager or QS to do the second row, which is testing or UAT. So what is UAT? UAT is a user acceptance criteria testing, and at the time, you want to make sure that your customers, which is probably represented by the product manager or the QAs, can really see all of their user requirements, all of their user journey is actually representable by the codes that you publish there. So this is the time when you make sure that all the checklist is there, and if there are fixes or bugs that you need to do, you're gonna allocate that into your next day or maybe your next sprint. And I think another fun stuff is we have our own engineering training. So in Zenit, we really care about people growth. So the way we are making that happen is by having a proper curriculum, proper trainings, either from internal speakers of external speakers. So you guys can pick what kind of trainings that you care about, and you can join one of the trainings there. And yeah, also on the fourth row, releasing some stuff. This is where it might be get a bit scary if you're new to this. So when your code is already reviewed, you got LGTM, it's emerged, and you want to release it. And when you want to release something, you need to make sure that you have all the release checklists ready, so you won't cause any incidents, and then you want to allocate a proper time to do that. And then after I release my stuff, releasing my stuff, maybe this is something that we do in Sendit. This is a culture that we really keeping in Sendit, which is having a one-on-one. So one-on-one is just a time set up between you and your manager to actually really chat about everything. If you want to complain about your work, if you want to complain about your teammate, if you want to complain about yourself, you can do that in this session. And other than complaining, you can also talk about your career opportunity, what kind of things that we've been working with you. If you're interested to take specific projects, this is a really good place to talk about that. I think why this is crucial, I always see, I always do this with my manager, the current CTO right now. I always see this as a place for me to learn from him because he's been having a lot of more years of experience in engineering and organization other than me. And I think I'm having a problems that he probably had before. So I always use the time just to ask him with a lot of questions so that I can learn and absorb his knowledge. So yeah, I think after all of this work, we always have a coffee break, probably at 3:30 or 4, where we just having some coffee or the chefs give us some snack, having a little bit of more ping pong, and then when we got our health cool down again, we're gonna back to work. But usually during 4:30 to 5, I already wrapping up my projects or my work. I like to not do anything again after 5, so I can do other things like my hobby or meeting my friends or just come back home and meet my family. So that's a bit of illustration about my days. If you guys have any question, we can keep it for later. But hopefully, it's going to describe a bit about how engineering look like in Zenit. So next, Sandra. So yeah, this is about the tough days. I'll be sharing the happy days later. I kind of, spoiler you a bit on this already. But then I think this is a crucial thing to share because as an engineer, you are the one who is responsible about the problem. Every kind of incidents, customer facing issues, every kind of we call it fires, the only one who can fix it is you. You cannot rely on the customer's support team to just delaying the problem. You cannot rely on the account manager or whoever, or even CEO to manage the customer expectation. You cannot do that. As an engineer, you really need to be the one who see where the problem is happening, go through the line of code, see the infrastructure health, see the instance health, and do something about it. And yeah, why I call it tough days, I can recall a story where when we were still very small, I think it was 2016-ish. So at the time, we only have, I think, less than 10 engineers, and we started to get more customers. And when we're having customers, you need to have someone who deals with the day-to-day problem. We call it engineering on shift, or we call it maybe like DevOps engineer or something like that. And the funny thing is, during that days, we don't have any customer success team at all. We only have engineers. So the engineers, which was me at the time as well, uh, have to be sitting in front of the WhatsApp, be the one who's answering all the complaints for the customer. Once we get the complaint, we check to the log, we figure out what's happening in the database, we try to resolve the issues, and then once we found the issues, you go back again to the WhatsApp, replying to them. They complain back again, and we do repeat this thing. So yeah, that was a very tough days because as an engineer, you think that okay, my day will be fun. I'll just write my codes and that's it. But that's not actually what's going to be happening. I mean, right now it's much more stable. It's much more fun. But there will be like one hard days, one arduous day where you need to handle fires, and that's when that's happened. You need to have the mentality to be able to establishing that. You need to really understand how your code works, back from the infrastructure layer, especially back to the line of codes. Maybe you also need to understand a bit about the database side. So from there, you know how to solve the fire immediately. And yeah, I think this kind of exercise is good to give us a good mentality to handle pressure. But I wouldn't lie to say that this is actually pretty tough and challenging days in Zenit. Next. But yeah, above all of those tough days, right, I think there are just much more return of happiness for engineers. I'll start first with something that you know you probably also feel like, and a lot of people are saying it. Hey, how can you make this kind of magic with your codes? And I'll say that's really true, right? So I think as an engineer, the only thing that makes you happy is when your code is deployed, you run it, and it works as asked by your product manager or like even asked by yourself. So in Zendet, I've been seeing how the codes that we write is actually giving impact toward 100,000 people in Indonesia, or right now also in the Philippines. Right now we're also trying, to support more transactions in Southeast Asia, and this kind of impacts are really rewarding because imagine if our customers, Zendet customers is actually not an individual, but it's also more like a business. So we helping startup to actually process their payment. So imagine when there are Harbolnas or like 1111 or 1212 or whatever, maybe all of the commerce having a lot of traffic, but at the same time, Zendet is having magnitude of aggregation of the traffic as well. So seeing that we're able to, doing million transactions per day, seeing that all the transactions go through, we know how to make a complicated routing logic so that all the transactions to the bank partner and all of the dependencies can actually be solved. It's actually very rewarding because we know we learned something out of it. We learn that we're actually making impact toward Indonesian economy, and that's a experience that you probably couldn't get anywhere else other than working in a startup. Next. Then this is something that Andra also mentioned. I think most of the team member that I'm working right now, I asked them this question on why do you still want to work at this place even you probably already spent years in here. And even this is the same question to myself because I've been spending 5 years in Sendit. And most of the answer that they give to me was it's because Sendit has a great culture and the people in here are just so positive. It makes their day much more better. So I think whenever you want to work at a company, right? You want to know who is your boss, you want to know who's your coworker, because your environment is the one that's going to shape how you're going to be at. So you want to make sure that the people around you are also someone who can challenge you. The people around you are someone who can also give you something new to learn, and you want to make sure that this kind of environment is there because you're going to be striving to become a better person. So yeah, working in a startup like Sandet have been a meaningful experience for me because it pushed me to become a better person as what I used to be. And at the same time, our hiring rule is, you know, we don't believe that we are already like a smart people. That's why we're trying to hire people that is much more smarter than us, because with that kind of mindset we try to have something new to learn. We're trying to diversify the kind of background that they're having because we want to learn something new. And that's important not only as, as an organization, but also more important, much more important for you as an engineer, because you want to learn how to think about problem from different perspective. And I think going to the last one, the last slide, Andra. So there's something that also Andra mentions a bit about growth mindset. I'm not sure whether you guys have read a book from Dr. Carol Dweck. So she popularized this term where human mindset has two kind of categories. One is fixed mindset, and another one is growth mindset. If someone having a fixed mindset, they tend to say that given something new, let's say, okay, given that, okay, you got this surfing board or skateboard, the fixed mindset will tend to say, hey, I cannot do this. I don't know, and I don't think I can do this. I cannot do how to, I cannot surf at all. But then the growth mindset, they'll be, inclined to say, okay, right now I'm not sure how to do it yet, but I'll try to learn on how to do this. And having the inclination to learn, or and having a state um, rejections towards something new is what differentiates between growth and a fixed mindset. And I can really argue that working in Zenit is really all about having a growth mindset. In my 5 years in Zenit, I've been coming from someone who is, you know, I, I haven't even graduated at that time from my uni, and that's like my very first job. So I don't really know how to work in a startup. I don't really know how to work with my boss, who is coming from a different country and background with me. But right now, I managed to understand how to lead multiple teams who come from more than five countries in the world. So during that years, I have the opportunity to learn from a lot of people. I have the opportunity to make mistakes and learn from it. And I think having this kind of experience has actually make my life more meaningful, because as the research says, people find happiness when they know that they are improving themselves or they're fulfilling their potential. And as of now, I feel that working in a place like Sundet, giving more people a chance to fulfill their potential. All right, so I think that should be my last slide, isn't it? Yeah. So yeah, I think that's about it. Sorry to if it takes so long, but if you guys have anything to ask, I'll be happy to answer. And how do I check the questions again? Okay. Is it the right time to answer the questions? I think Andra or McLean in the comments, yeah. Uh, if yes, if yes, then I'll start with the question from Jacqueline B. How do you find the motivation to be efficient early in the morning? So this is a hard one. I'm still finding challenge on how to do this. I think the key is first, the only way for you to wake up early in the morning is if you sleep early the day before. So I always try to put off my phone away at 8 a.m. I put a reminder, put my phone away, I put it downstairs, and I go to my bed. And if I can sleep early, it's automatically make me wakes up like the next day, like 4:45 or something. And to make sure that your early morning efficient, you need to know how to build your morning habit. So if you haven't checked it out, I really recommend a book called Atomic Habit. I think I'm still only like on the 10th chapter of it, but from there is a very good strategies to make sure that your habits can be developed in a way that makes it positive. So yeah, figuring out that kind of habit is important,
Oh,
and
hi.
it's gonna build motivation. Hello.
Oh, so sorry for the technical issue. So I'm supposed to, moderate all these
Oh yeah,
questions, but
yeah,
oh, thank you so much for the amazing presentation. And yeah, it looks really fun. And for even for myself, like I would love to join the Sandy team, hearing from you and the
awesome,
team.
awesome.
Alrighty. Oh, maybe you can continue first what you have
Oh
like.
yeah, I'm done with the first question, I think.
Okay, and then moving on to the second question from Cherise. So, how to estimate project timeline with accounting the possible buga in code?
Bugs, I think. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's a bug.
So
Sorry.
okay, so the question is how we estimate the time. Um, th- so there are two components of this question: how to estimate the time, and how to estimate the possible bugs. I'll answer the later one first. Um, you'll be getting used to how to figure out what kind of bugs by learning from your previous mistakes. But the best way to reduce bugs is by writing more tests. And when I mean writing more tests, it's not like you test it manually. You need to know how to write. You need to know some principle on writing automation in unit testing or integration testing. By having a proper line coverage of your test, you'll be having lesser bugs. That's a very simple principle that you want to follow. And at the same time, when we're talking about project timeline, the best way to have a good estimate is to have a proper planning. So I think a good analogy right now is imagine you want to build a house. You cannot just build a house right away. You want to have a proper architect who help you with designing the house. You want to know how big is the land is. You want to know what kind of room you will be having. You want to know what kind of where the doors and everything. So in order to do that, you need to draw out the plan first. You need to do proper research, like I mentioned before. You want to make sure that your plan is written down in some technical specifications, has someone review it. Then from there, you can start breaking down the tasks. So let's say you're building an API. Then when you're building an API, you're gonna maybe like need to break it down to 5 different tasks. The smaller the tasks, the clearer your estimation will be. And when you let's say you have these 5 tasks, then you can imagine how we like to say it as story points in Zendit, the Scrum methodology, and you can see how big the story points of each, which is translate to how much time you need to take. Then from there, you can like count the number of efforts you need to take to deal with all of those tasks. But the key again for this question is break it down your task into very smaller tasks, and then before breaking it down, spend some time to do enough research because you cannot just write codes immediately. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so meal prep is everything. So just need to
Right.
prepare everything before,
Yep,
like
that's correct.
amazing answer. And then up next, we have a question from Natasha. So, what would you say the best part of Sandeep's company culture?
All right, this is a hard one. So culture is different with people, but then
Oh,
it has
maybe you
yeah.
can,
So yeah,
highlight.
yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, I think we just is it okay to swear here? But no, I wouldn't swear here. Uh, yeah, we just like whenever we are having some problems, right? I
Mm,
can I can recall I can recall the problems we're having early this year with my team. So we're having this customer who is super big. I couldn't mention it here, but imagine it's a very big customer,
yeah.
and it brings our number of transactions per day um, 3 times more than we used to have. So when you're
Wow.
having 3 times of transaction, if let's say you're having 10 million of transaction per day, then you're
Mhm.
having 30 millions like immediately, and this is a price. And when that kind of situation happens, everything breaks. Your infrastructure is not ready. Maybe there are kind of logic that you need to improve to scale up the traffic. And with that kind of situation, you need to just figuring out all the things you need to do to make our product survive. And when that happens, I think Zenit people, they're having a really big grit on dealing with problems. I think I remember we just spent 2 weeks like just dealing with
Mm.
fires, just waking up, calling friends, hey, let's go, let's do this with this day, and then I think it took like until 10 p.m. until everything finished. We expect tomorrow will be like much more easier, and then tomorrow is actually much worse than we expect. But even during that kind of situations, I think people in Zen they just want to collaborate and try to work their best to fix that kind of situation, and that just makes us feel much more motivated to do work. Um, so yeah, I think the grit, the kind of mindset to really solve our
Mm.
customer problem, is what makes Sendit a great place to work for.
Yeah, it's really great to be with people alike together and like yeah, working
Yeah,
together just yeah, because it's like we are stronger together. And okay, up next we have another question from Keisha. So,
mhm.
tips for having growth mindset.
Okay, tips. Uh, if you haven't read the book first. The
Mm,
Growth Mindset by Carl Dweck is a really good book. A lot of people recommend it. So start from there if you really don't have the good idea on what it is. And then the second one, just try new things. Try new things that you feel like you're bad at. Just make fun of your mistakes and try to learn from it. I think I don't know whether you guys know Justin Khan. Justin Khan is like a founder of Twitch, and right now I think he's just an investor in some of the great startups in the world. And yeah, I think the growth mindset definition that he mentioned for us is um, when people are saying they cannot really, they're not good at something, it's because they're not good at something. It's because they don't prioritize their time to actually learning that things. So as simple as putting aside of your time to learn something new, putting aside of your time to explore and push yourself to become a better person is actually a very crucial steps to have this kind of growth mindset. And from there, if you already have that kind of habits, then I think you probably already have that kind of mindset.
awesome. Okay, for the next question, okay, because we don't really have, we only have like 8 more minutes to answer all these questions, so I'm just gonna move on to the next one. So, Calvin, I just got an interview invitation with Sandeep this Monday
Congrats.
for junior software engineer. Do you have some tips to share for him?
Yeah, sure. Interview, right? So for interview, first, there are several stage of assessments that we're doing when we hire someone. First is about your expertise, which is about your technical knowledge, your experience, your understanding. I don't know what kind of role you're applying, but Zendesk is a very API heavy product, so you have a lot of different role as well for front end. But if you're applying for more of the back end products, then you want to know, you want to learn or you want to refresh your knowledge about APIs, database, maybe some kind of asynchronous architecture like RabbitMQ or Kafka or whatever. And those are like just the basic foundations that we'll assess from you at this stage. But then, other than all of this engineering questions, we'll be also assessing your cultural fit as well. Where we want to know whether you're sharing the same value as us, as what I've been talking about today. We want to know how you're dealing with hard times. We want to know the kind of way for you to dealing with your mistakes, how you learn from it, and also I think another part is about your communication. So communication in here, it's not only about. I don't think it's about uh, you know how you are proficient on using English on your day-to-day job. If you are good at it, that will be a good plus. But I think something important in here is, as an engineer, I think it's also one of my early mistakes was we assume a lot. We don't ask enough questions, and communication is where you want to make sure that you you really have the same understanding as the right person that you are talking to. And the only way for you to do that is really to clear out assumptions, asking the right questions, explain in detail. Don't just talk about the surface. You want to talk about until to the meat. So yeah, those are, I think, the areas that we really care about. So that's a few tips from me. Let me know if you want something else.
All right. The next question from Sharon. So, what's your take on machine learning?
Okay, this is a very broad one, so I will just assume how we apply it in startup or specifically in Zenit. So machine learning, as if you guys probably already aware, it's just a way for computer to learn from the whole bunch of data to make models, so we can try to classify, cluster, or whatever kind of domains this is domain that we're having. And I'll say that the growth of this technology has been really great, as you guys see from your day-to-day technology or gadgets that you have. But some of the I'll say, common mistakes that I used to have, and maybe what I learned in Sendit, was to try to use method or technology just for the sake of using that technology. And I think that's a very careful approach that we have to understand when I relate it again to machine learning. Let's say we're trying to build okay, just a very stupid example. Let's say we're trying to build um, reader for identity card. You have an identity card. You wanna see what's the name. You wanna read. You wanna make an application that reads the name in the identity card, the phone number, the address, whatever, and you wanna use it to do something else. And I think uh, computer vision using machine learning can be used as a solution for that. But then a lot of tough times that we had was using a proper or building a very robust model using machine learning takes a lot of effort, and you also need to know how to maintain and backward testing it again. And if there are much more solutions that is maybe rule based or even like some hybrid approach that you can take that is gonna giving more impact, it's gonna uh, putting you lower cost, then you should take that rather than spending months or even years to build the model just for the sake of just using the model. So, but I'll say if you're working on the right domain, remember you're building in a company like Tesla, then you should definitely use machine learning. At the same time, when you're working in a startup, you need to know the balance between the cost that you spend and the technology that you use.
Okay, so we have three more questions, but I think we're just going to answer two of this because of the time. So, how do you keep calm when your code doesn't work?
Uh, I couldn't answer this because I always swear and my code doesn't work. So I don't know what's the right one for this. Probably, I think a good mindset when our code doesn't work, right? We always feel like when the code doesn't work, then we blame the machine. Always like blame that it's supposed to work, or it's already debugged something, but it's supposed to work. But then you need to rethink again, or you need to you know keep reminding of yourself that this is a machine that just simply translate your your syntax into some binary codes, and there must be always a good place for you to fix it down. Most of the time it's silly mistakes like a typo or something. So the kind of tools that you want to use like debugger will be a good one. So you want to make sure that having a debugger for your friend is gonna take you long in your career journey. So once you know how to use a proper debugging tooling, then I think even when your code doesn't work, you have someone to help you or guide you down. Yeah.
And then last question from Aaron. So, on a personal note, what's your favorite programming language?
Uh, right now in Zendit we use JavaScript a lot, so either Node.js or TypeScript. but my day-to-day programming language is always Python. Reason is I attend a lot of hackathons. I love to hack a lot of stuff, and Python is one of the best scripting language to just hack immediately. Even like if I do some machine learning stuff, or if I just want to make a script that works in 5 minutes, I will just go to my uh, Code Studio and just write in Python. So yeah, I'll pick Python.
All right. I think that's the end of the presentation from Sandeep. Thank you so much, Ahmed, for sharing the insight with
You're
us.
welcome.
We really enjoyed your presentation, and maybe I would try to apply at Sandeep when I graduate
Yes,
later.
please. Yes, we're waiting for you.
Thank you. Thank you
All
so
right,
much
thanks,
for
guys. Thanks for
that.
having me. Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
So up next we have Darin Fretia that is currently working for Ajaib at the Recruitment and Employer Branding Division. Prior to working in Ajaib, Darin worked in the Talent Acquisition Division in Bukalapak and Kelly Services, Indonesia. She obtained a bachelor degree in psychology from Universitas Pelita Harapan. Without further ado, let's give a warm welcome to Darin Fretia from Ajaib.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Natasha. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, the stage is yours.
Awesome. Thank you. So, let me quickly share my screen. There you go. Okay. Can everyone see my screen? Awesome. Thank you. Okay, so hi everyone. Hope everyone's having a good Sunday. I know this is the middle of the day, so I'm trying to keep this session quick and fun, and hopefully this will be very interactive with all of you. So if you have any questions about the presentation or about IJIP in general, please feel free to ask that in the comment section, and I will try my best to answer them. So yeah, today's session I will be introducing what IJIP is, what we stand for, the milestone that we have. So you have like a bit of some knowledge about like Ajaip in general. But before we get to the main point, I have a video of Ajaip that maybe will give you some insight of who we are. So here you go.
I think your video, the voice from your video is not working, so you might
Oh, really?
need to, yeah.
Okay, okay, I'm sorry. But yeah, I'll just skip to the next one then. I'm not sure how I can fix this, but okay. Uh, there you go. Sorry. I didn't realize. Okay. But yeah, that video is actually on our Ajaib's YouTube channel if anyone wants to see it. It's basically just to give everyone some sort of insight on who Ajaib is and our journey so far. I'm sorry for the technical difficulties there, guys. So, yeah, Basic Ajaib is an app that is built to have and help people to get a smarter way to invest in stocks and mutual fund. This is the summary of our journey and us as a company so far. So we were founded back in 2018. We are a fast-growing investment platform here in Indonesia. So we have already been serving over 1 million users up until now. Uh, our services includes two main products. The first one is stock trading. So we are an online stock brokerage platform and also mutual fund services. We provide those services through Ajaib Securitas and Ajaib Reksadana. Both are registered and supervised by OJK and IDX. So we are a very safe place for you to try and invest. And then recently we have reached a very exciting milestone. We actually became Indonesia's seventh unicorn startup and the first investment fintech unicorn in Southeast Asia. We reached this stage merely 2.5 years after Ajaib first launched. So yeah, um, it's a really exciting time for the team, of course, but we don't see it as an end goal. If anything, this is just the beginning for us to create bigger and better services for everyone in Indonesia. And we also aim to make stock trading accessible for millennials through our mobile first approach. If I get this question a lot, why we choose to have like a mobile first approach is because we want to reach a different audience, I guess, compared to our competitors. We actually aim to reach the millennials and other first time investors to be able to get a good platform that is very user friendly and easy to access with low fees because I think as a first time investors, and this is me coming from my personal stories as well, is that if you go to like an app that will show you like data and numbers as first time investors is very overwhelming sometimes. So we try to take a different approach, which is to provide you with guidance, with information. So if you open the Ajaib app, you actually will see the company, let's say like a little study and analysis of like each company, and then the trend for the week. Also, if you reach out to like the social media of Ajaib, we usually have like sharing sessions in the morning before the market opens from our team to help you with some kind of analysis. I think that approach is to give people a better understanding of investment. So when we're trying to invest, it's not a gamble. It's not guessing what stock to invest in. So people will be well informed before they actually decide to invest. I think that's what matters here at Ajaib is that we educate the users as well as just providing a platform to invest. So a little about the company journey, and this is in terms of like the employee growth. I think this kind of shows how far the company has growth in it has grown in itself. Is when we look at the employee size of the company, of course. So back in 2018, we had less than 10 employees. The number grew over time. So back in 2019, we had about 20 to 30 employees. 2020 By the end of 2020, we had about 80 plus employees. And not long after that, at the end of Q2 2021 this year, we already almost doubled the size. So within a semester, we actually almost doubled the size there. I think that kind of shows the growth that we're in right now. So yeah, we're really rapidly growing as a company. This is what sets Ajaib apart actually, compared to the other financial services or any other industry out there. So if other companies want their users to spend their money, here at Ajaib, we actually want our users to grow their money through investment. Therefore, we try to make investment like a pleasant experience for the users, and with that, people will be able to and will be brave enough to take the first step towards investing, and therefore financial freedom will be within the reach. Of course, Ajaib is part of the financial services industry, but um, this is like what comes to mind when you think about financial services. Me personally, before I joined Ajaib, I thought I saw financial services industry as something that is boring and old fashioned. This is a pretty common I see like this is a pretty common mindset for people to see financial services. It is repetitive, it is strict, and the environment is very old fashioned. The way they work is very repetitive. So um, I think after I joined IJEP, I can say that it is different. um the way that we see Ajaib is still we're still like a startup. Still have like the startup feel to the company and the way that we approach things. um we see it as an employee. It's a super fun place to work, and what makes it fun for us is that we have a lot of room to grow ourselves and to develop ourselves. um, we get to learn a lot of new things because at Ajaib we actually try to build something in an untouched field. So we do a little, or a lot actually, we do a lot of research and a lot of um, study to learn the best way to execute things, because some things that we do has never been done before. So it is always exciting to come to work and see like what challenge kind of waits us. And then of course, with these challenges, it comes with like a different sets of issues that will arise, but the teams are actually very supportive to us. Therefore, it is like the work is still enjoyable. Of course, I'm not just saying this from an employer branding perspective. We actually did a lot of talk with like the team, and therefore we get these conclusions. This is just some of the testimonials from our employees. This is specifically from the technology team. We actually did a one-on-one session to have a chat about like how things are going, to get some insight about the team's culture, and also if they have any feedback for the team and for to the management if there are things to improve. We usually hear them from this kind of sessions. So with this, as you can see here, we can see a bunch of like words that are repetitive, meaning like a few people actually said that the workplace has been fun. They are motivated to strive for a goal because they have like the same vision and mission. The teamwork that is being very supportive so far, and everybody has an important role to play. Therefore, it is very collaborative environment. So the next question that I also get a lot working at a startup is it possible to have fun while being productive? Because as you guys may have known, like the culture of startup is usually very fast paced, and there are a lot of things to do as we are trying to break through with like new services and new products. So it can be the pace can be like really fast, but can you still have fun while doing that? And the answer is of course. Here at Ajay, we actually have like a few core values to make the impossible possible. This is just like a little insight to Ajay and how we try to make the workplace fun. This is actually just an example. We just had an award event for our product team here. Um, so within this award, we have like we're giving awards to someone who is very memeable, someone who always get caught in meetings, someone who is actually always there to help with anything if you ever ask. So these awards are just part of our initiative to make the workplace a lot more fun and not just like work, work, work. So that is some sneak peek, and this is our core values actually. So as a company, of course, it's important to have core values so everyone is on the same page. The first one is a will to win. This is to motivate all the employees to um, be a go-getter, to be motivated to keep pushing through boundaries and limits, so that we can be the best at what we do. So that is how we translate the value. And then the next one is growth mindset. As with other growing companies, it is very important to have that growth mindset because um, having that means that we are not going to settle for anything that is just standard. So we want to keep growing. We want to, again, push boundaries and see where we can go next. And also, it keeps us agile and so we can adapt to a lot of new things. And lastly, we have everyone is an owner. I think it's very important for everyone to have a good sense of ownership towards their work, because that way we really put a lot of care into what we do, making sure that the deliverables that we make is actually up to standard, if not exceeded. So this just helps us own our work and deliver better results. This is just a little milestone as a company. Again, back in 2018, Ajay was established, and then we launched two products in between 2019 and 2020. And we actually celebrated our another milestone, which was 1 million stock investors back in, I think, a couple months ago. We already have and serve 1 million stock investors out of a total of 3 million Indonesian investors so far. So that was pretty exciting for us. And how did we reach that milestone in such short period of time is the question that we hear a lot. Actually, I think we can summarize this to a good collaboration between teams, because every team in Ajaib has their own contribution to this milestone. We have like different parts to play, different important parts to play. So we're actually working together to create a good synergy to make Ajay better than before. That is the mindset that we hope every team has, because every team has their own specialty and uniqueness and things to contribute to Ajay's growth. And of course, a technology team is no exception. They actually have their own DNA and their own values that makes the team different and excel. So let me actually introduce quickly about our technology team. This is the team that we have currently. So it is we have engineering, architecture, security, DevOps, and infrastructure and support. Within the technology team, we have a few DNAs. The first one is impact driven. So while the technology team is driven to create products that not only focusing on user experience in general, but also making social impact as a bigger purpose. This helps the team to actually see a bigger pictures whenever they are making a product and help build something. Is that it's not just only think like, are the users going to have a good experience with this product, and but also in the future, is this going to help make a social impact? Is it going to help the growth of the community and Indonesia? So that's the mindset that the tech team operates on a daily basis. And the second one is craftsmanship, because to the team, building a product is an art. It takes a lot of attention to details and to make sure that they have like a strong ownership towards the things that they deliver. So with that, they really pay attention from the very beginning of the process until the end and make sure that everything runs smoothly. So that's why we call it a craftsmanship. And the last one is to have to push boundaries, because a comfort zone is not a place that they want to stay in. They want to keep innovating, to keep their mind sharp, because if you just do like a routine on a daily basis, it's not going to push you into developing yourself. You're not going to learn anything new. So that's why we want to keep the boundaries. We want to keep pushing boundaries to make sure that everyone has like growth within the company. So this is also like a mindset that the team has. There's no manual book that can guarantee you 100% success. Of course, we reached this point through a lot of mistakes and fails, of course, but we as a team make sure that none of us will make the same mistake twice. I think that's the same. That's a very important mindset to have. So you need to try your own path and finding the best way to do your work by trying a variety of things. So even if the results are failures, because producing a good result takes time, and you need to have good self awareness. And now it is time for you to explore and find yourself, especially if you're just starting out in the industry, or like starting out um, in like your full-time job. So you need to start exploring your options and what works best for you, what you're interested in. So that is the end of my presentation, actually. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask them in the chat. And also, if you want to see more about Ajaib culture, feel free to follow us on our Instagram, people at Ajaib, and our LinkedIn as well. And yeah, I think that is all for my presentation. I'm gonna go back to the team.
Hi. Thank you so much for the amazing presentation. And yeah, the culture at Agile looks really fun. And I really like the part where you say that it's not only about work, 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 but it's also important to have fun together as well. Oh my
Yeah, of
God.
course.
Yeah.
I mean, otherwise it's going to be a stressful situation. Let's be real. Like
Mm,
working at a startup, I mean, we have a
yeah.
lot of things to do, so
Mm,
we need to make the work situation fun, so that I mean, it's not going to be boring and very stressful. So yeah, we
I
try.
know. So, yeah, to all the viewers, please feel free to drop your questions for Ajaib team here. If you are, you want to join Ajaib and be like part of the family, you can simply ask Darren here. So, there is one question from Salsabila. So, is Ajaib hiring a fresh graduate? And I want to ask how Ajaib makes the work from home system work effectively. Is there any possible remote option working in Ajaib after the pandemic is over?
Okay, so there are a lot of questions here. I'm gonna start answering them one by one, if that's okay. So, is Ajay hiring a fresh graduate? Yes, we are open for fresh graduates for certain positions. I think it would be best if you guys head on to like the career site, if anything, see which position suitable is for you, and then that way you can see like the requirements for each positions. But yes, we are open for a few positions. And how Ajay makes the work from home system work effectively. I think the key is communication. I mean, our technology team specifically has been very open with like remote working, so everyone can work from wherever they want. So the key, I think, is to have like a good communication. We do like sometimes daily check-in and like regular check-ins with like the supervisors for each team and leads. Therefore, they can keep communicating about like what works and if they have any issues. I think that is key to make like a good work system. Is there anything else that I'm missing from that question?
I think that's all, I guess. Hope that answers your curiosity, Salsavilla. And then up next, we have the question from Aaron. So, what is the company culture in Ajaib? So, maybe you can highlight more like uh, things that you feel like it's like personally um,
Mm.
the most like meaningful for you, or maybe we want to share a bit of your personal experience with Ajaib.
Yep. Okay. So for me personally, I think Ajay stands out because the way that they appreciate the employees is actually really good. We do a lot of we actually have like performance appraisals to make sure that we are performing well. But also before that we have like regular check-ins with our leaders to make sure that this is something that we still enjoy doing because the check-ins that we do is not always about like the work progress because sometimes some people assume that check-ins actually talk about like are you done with this deadline, are you do you have any issues with the deadline.
Mm,
Of course we
mm,
check in on that, but aside from that we also talk about like our personal goals and everything.
mm,
So the leaders actually make sure that I'm still okay with the job. It's not too stressful for me. If it is stressful, like what can we do to help with that? So I think that's really I really appreciate that because they really care about our well beings as well. Aside from the work that we deliver. So yeah.
Okay, so Aaron also asked about the best aspect of working at Ajaib.
The best aspect. I think the
Mm,
fact that Ajaib is still growing is
mm,
really exciting for us, for
mm,
every employee here, because coming from like a bigger startup to a smaller one is, well, it was
mm.
like a gamble at first, but I think once I move here, I kind of understand like why this is a really exciting place to work because we are still growing rapidly. We still have a
Yeah.
lot of things that we can deliver to the public, so it's not just routines for us here. We can make something new. We can build something from scratch, and that is very meaningful because at the end of the day, um, we might explore things beyond Ajaib, but knowing that we have left like a legacy because we built something from scratch is actually pretty meaningful.
Okay. So yeah, I think with like early startups, I think you have more opportunity to learn because you kind of have to be uh, working on a lot of things, not only like specified tasks, right?
Yeah,
Mm,
that is true.
yes, you learn a lot. Like the learning curve is like just insane.
Yeah, but
uh,
actually that is the exciting point, because like we actually look for people who are up for challenges like that, not just like
mm,
focus on one thing. We want to find people who are
yeah.
excited to explore beyond like their job description. It doesn't mean that we will overwork people, of course, because that would be
Yeah.
bad, but like giving people opportunities to learn something new aside from the work that they've been doing on a daily basis is actually what
Mm,
keeping them motivated to achieve more in the future.
mm. Awesome. But yeah, that's a really great mindset. Like the growth mindset is definitely there. And yeah,
Yep.
I can definitely see that. Um, and also, Keisha asked about are you currently open for internships?
We do have internship opportunities, but not within the tech team as of now. But just keep an eye out because we usually post internship opportunities on our LinkedIn and also on our social media as well, along with the career site, of course. But yeah, whenever we open internship opportunities, we usually let the public know. So yeah, keep an eye out for that.
Okay, maybe just to add, from the perspective, like from the team's perspective, in the
Yep.
past, what are some of the highlights from interns at Ajay?
Okay. So I actually have worked with a few interns before here at Ajay. The way that we communicate with them is not, we're not giving them responsibilities only for like administrative tasks, because that's what
Mhm.
usually interns are given. We want them to actually feel what it feels like to work, um, as like as if like you're working as full time, meaning
Mm.
that they get to experience like the real issues, they're given real tasks to deal
Mm.
with, so they can actually decide if this position is something that they are interested in, because they actually get the feel of the position itself, not just like
Mm.
the administrative tasks to it. So yes,
Got it.
we try to give them like a real experience, a real working experience.
Mm. Amazing. Yeah, that's really good to hear that they're given responsibilities and projects under their belt so that they got to experience uh, the real like experience like working in a startup company as well.
Yep.
So next question from Nate. Sorry, from Angelique. So, do you need to understand stocks to be able to work there?
Okay, I get this question all the time whenever I'm interviewing people.
Yeah,
and
because
and
like,
I was, yeah, I was actually wondering the same thing when I first, before I joined Ajay. Do I need to understand stuff because I have no idea what it is? But yeah, the answer is no. We learn as we go, of course. Like I personally didn't really understand what stock is and how to trade or anything, but I get more and more interested as I join Ajay, because um, of course I get like the exposure to all of these things. Like this is new knowledge to me. Need to learn this. That's why we
mm,
have let's say like sharing sessions, and also like we, as I mentioned, I think within my materials earlier, we do have employees that usually share knowledge on our social media. That way we can learn and understand stock and trading and investment in general better. Um, so yeah, the answer is no, you don't need to, but it is an exciting thing to learn if you're interested in it.
Hey Darren, this is like Emily, and Natasha has to head out now, so I'll be taking over in Natasha's role as MC. So hello,
Hi, and thank you so much, Natasha, for the help.
thank you so much, Erin.
see you, Nat. Okay, so back to questions. Another question, and Nathan Satyawan is asking, what do you see hope to see in project submissions?
I see. I'm assuming this is for the hackathon from Garuda
Yes,
Hacks.
yes.
Okay. I was actually hoping to see projects that will touch into the, let's say like the issues that we have within the community, because Ajaib in itself is, we want to help with financial inclusion and growth of the economics in Indonesia. So something that has a bigger impact on the society is what I personally is hoping to see.
Yeah, and that's perfect because like it very much aligns with our theme this year, which is sustainability, economic opportunity, and small medium businesses. For anyone who's watching, just as a reminder. So yeah. Um, and Christopher Arianto is asking, how do you see Ajaib evolving in the next 5 years?
Okay. This is a tricky question because I can't really disclose what we have planned, but we do have a lot of exciting plans that we will execute in the upcoming years. So in general, I'm looking at a job that is like, I'm hoping and I believe that Ajeb will become a much bigger company in the future, in the scale of like the employees and the people that we can reach with our services. So yeah, I think um, knowing that we've reached this unicorn status within 2.5 years, 5 years from now we're going to be much bigger than this. We have a lot of exciting plan in stock. So yeah.
I'm just wondering, does Ajaib have plans to scale up across Southeast Asia? And if that's, is that too much information? That's a personal question.
Do we have plan to scale up? Not that I personally know of up to
Mm,
this point. So but like again, we have planned to grow. Of course, as a company, we're not going to stop here. Reaching like a unicorn status is not like our end goal, as I mentioned. So we do have plans, but we need to see what those plans are. Just wait.
Perfect. And Austin Jeremy is asking, what features would be interesting to incorporate for projects in small business track?
What features would be interesting? I think, especially for smaller business, I think a feature that would educate people within how to use like technology would be great to see because based on my personal experience looking at Ajaib's feature as well, the thing that makes us stand out is the way that we approach things because like we give some sort of education and knowledge into the users instead of just providing a platform for people to trade. So um, I'm not sure what topic you're going for, but like if you're going for like smaller business and you're reaching people who are not as familiar with technology or like the or maybe like the topic that you're going for, if you can educate them while you're making like a good platform, that would be like the whole package.
Perfect. And Sharon Njoto, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, but Sharon Njoto is asking, what is the interview process like in Ajaib?
Okay, so we have actually like two different interview flow or recruitment flow in general. The first one is for non-technology. Non-technology is pretty straightforward. We usually have HR interviews and then user interviews, a couple of user interviews. But if you're going for like an analyst position that requires you to work with data, we usually have like a study case for you to um, do. But if it's for technology track, we usually have like again a test that you need to do before you get to the interview stage. So you will be given a test through your email, and then if you pass the test, then it will continue to HR interview and then user interview. I hope that is. I hope that answers your question.
And another John Doe is asking, what do you think are the main differences between working in a startup versus an established company?
Okay. So, the main thing for me personally, the main thing that I've experienced is that working at an established company, you already have the routine set. You already have the SOPs. So everything that you do is you already have like a plan or like a flow laid out for it. The difference with startup is that with startups, we are actually building those SOPs and the way that we work. So if you, let's say, you want to make a new product, and then you will have to do like the research first. You need to see if the product is like going to do well within the market. You need to do all of this initial research before you actually execute and actually make the product itself. um, that is also the same thing that happens with like business processes and all. You need to build something and do research on how to best execute this plan before you actually get to do it. I think that's the biggest difference within startup and an established company. Within startup, you have a lot of more room to grow and actually to explore things because you're building something from scratch. That's the biggest thing, biggest difference that I can see.
And Jacqueline B asked, do you have a data ethics policy?
I believe we do. I'm not so sure of like the how we apply that in a day-to-day basis because I'm not from the data team, unfortunately. But I'm pretty sure that we do. Because with like data and privacy, we take that very seriously here at Ajay.
And another question for Hermione. In your experience, has Ajaib's or the team's direction changed significantly? And how did you manage to change? How did you manage to navigate those changes?
Okay, so have we had any changes? Yes. Was it significant? not so much, because we already have like a vision that we want to go for. And that vision hasn't really changed within the couple of years that Ajaib has been established. um, but like if we're talking about like how we deal with changes, the main thing, not just for Ajay but like for any company really, is to actually communicate those changes efficiently. So it needs to come from the top management, of course, if we want to make any changes, what their plan is and how we're going to execute it. I think communicating that to the rest of the team is really important, so that if there is changes, we will be like on the same page. This is what we're going to do next and how we're going to execute it. We already have like some direction from the top management. So first of all, like a good communication is very very crucial. Second of all, how we plan on doing those changes. I think usually the decision will be given to like the team leaders and how they will, um, let's say, adjust with their team to those changes. So communication and delegation are key for me to have like a good shift and changes within the company.
And touching on changes, how do you think how did COVID affect Ajaib as a business and as a company, pre and post pandemic?
Okay, so I think we're one of the lucky industry, if I could say say so, because people are getting more and more aware with like financial inclusion and like being financially stable during the pandemic, actually, because unfortunately there were people who got laid off from their work, and then now they have to think about how they're going to survive. They have the extra time, so people actually start touching into investment in general. So we actually launch at a good time, and we that's why like one of our things is to cater to like first time investors, because um, with this pandemic, when this pandemic hits, a lot of people have more time and interest to learn about investment. That's why we're here. We are here to provide information for them. So has it really changed? Yes, we get like a lot of new users during this pandemic. And in terms of like how we work as a company itself, it's also will change. I mean, previously pre-pandemic, we can meet people in the office, etc., but we are forced to work from home for a couple of years now. And I think we are, especially for the technology team, like they're already applying like work remotely from anywhere. So yeah, I mean the changes are pretty big, and we are quite impacted, but we're doing really well in adjusting to this situation. So yeah, I'm glad.
Perfect. And touching on that, what is a day in the life? What is a day in the life like in Ajaib, and how does that vary across different occupations and jobs?
Okay, so a day in the life, I mean, it really again depends on like the role that you have. If it's a non-tech role, I would say you will get to meet like people from other departments as well. We do a lot of cross department meetings and collaborations, because the project that we do, we usually can't do alone. Even speaking from my personal experience, even within recruitment, like we do a lot of collaboration, let's say with design, with business, with technology team even. So there are a lot of projects that involve like cross division collaboration, so that's pretty exciting. Aside from that, I think I can only say things from like my own opinion, if that's okay. I do still meet like a lot of people because I work in recruitment. I meet like a lot of externals, with whether it be candidates or like third party, like Garuda Hacks, for example, because we do a lot of partnerships. So yeah, I don't think if we're talking about like, I don't think the pandemic has really impacted our work that much. We just find ways to do the work differently and make it efficient. So I don't know if that answers the question, but hopefully it gives you some insight of on what it feels like working within Ajaib, because we do a lot of collaborations internally and externally.
Yeah. And what are Ajaib and the team's most important qualities that let it succeed this far? Sorry.
Um, I would say like our values really describe and answer this question. We have three values. I already explained this earlier, but yeah. First of all, our will to win is I think also like helps us succeed because that value really help us push through and motivates us to be the best at what we do, right? Having that mindset and that goal is will really push us and the team further into um, how we operate and the mindset that we have. So first of all, that value really helps us. Second of all, the growth mindset also is very important because we don't want to settle. Let's say we already succeeded with the mutual fund product back in 2019, but we don't see it as enough. So we um, came in and provide like more product, which was the stock trading into 2020. So um, I think like this type of mindset actually helps us succeed because it pushes boundaries. And I think I don't think like playing it safe or like staying in a comfortable in a comfort zone is a good mindset. So as a company, we want to push through those limitations.
Yeah. And also, someone asked, post pandemic, what parts of the current work from home practices do you think are useful to continue?
That is such a good question, actually, because we've been trying to find like a good balance on how we can move forward in terms of work arrangements after post-pandemic, right? Um, but if the question is like which part of the current practices is useful to continue, I would say the communication because um, as we go with like work from home, communication is really the key to success because we need to keep the people updated on what we're currently doing. They need to know the progress that we've made so they can adjust like their work as well. So yes, I think communication is key, and also I believe trust comes into play here as well. The management really give us trust that we can work effectively at home, even without them watching us. I think that is a good practice for them to give us trust and give us autonomy to decide how we can work effectively without them like micromanaging our day-to-day tasks. So yes, I think communication and trust are good practices to have moving forward.
And how do you plan to scale up your business?
As in like the Ajib's products or
Yes.
oh, okay. So again, Ajaib is actually touching like an untouched field actually because we were the first online stock brokerage like fully online. How we plan on scaling that up is actually maybe like we will touch the untouched market as I think part of my material mentioned that we only have about 3 million investors here in Indonesia out of like the many hundred millions of citizens in Indonesia, right? Like we still have a lot of people who are unfamiliar with investment and how they can trade stocks and everything. So um, I think we could scale our business that way and in that direction because a lot of people needs to be educated on investment and the instruments that they can use. Therefore, like the business growth of Ajay can still like we can still grow a lot because of those untouched markets. So yeah, I think that's like the goal for now.
Yeah. And are there any lessons you learned from your time in Ajaib that you would tell your younger self pre Ajaib?
That's a really interesting question. I've never asked that before. Let me think. I think Yeah, I actually know this because previously, before IJP, I haven't really worked in employer branding. So I focus on recruitment only. And here at IJP, I was given the task to build the employer branding from scratch. So that was a really big learning curve for me personally. Um, I had self doubt before handling this, but um, yeah, I mean, I managed to do just fine. I managed to do well with it. So I would say the lesson learned is that not to doubt yourself before you want to explore something new, because um, everyone has their own process. It will take some trial and errors before you actually get to a good point of your life. But yeah, never doubt yourself, because I believe that everyone can adjust to anything if they really want to do well and if they're motivated.
Perfect. And I guess a personal question is Ajaib offering internships for this summer? I know some companies are doing almost full time internships. So
Yeah.
do you have like short internships over the summer?
Um, as of now, we don't have really like a schedule for internship opportunities. So it's not like scheduled for, let's say summer, but we open whenever the business or the team needs help. Currently, so that's the system we're going for. Of course, it's not a perfect system yet, but we are trying to grow and like trying to figure out how we can best manage implementing like internship into the daily work, because we don't want to open, let's say, an internship opportunities, but the team doesn't really need have anything for the intern to work on. That would be a waste of resource and a waste of the intern's time as well. So we want to make sure if we want to hire interns, they actually have things to do, and it would be like a meaningful experience to them. So as of now, we usually again announce internship opportunities on our social media and career page. So if you're interested in interning at Ajaib, yeah, keep an eye out on our announcements.
Okay. And also, someone asked, what new challenges do you think you might face as Ajaib grows larger, and how are you preparing to tackle them?
What new challenges do you think might face at Ajaib? Okay, so I think we already faced this as of now. Is that um, we have other companies within the same industry that has been operating for years, right? Like maybe like 20 something years. So Ajay counts as like a new player to the business. But we usually tackle them as with like a different approach. Let's say Ajay again is the first online stock brokerage. It's fully online. We don't have branches, so people can actually use the platform easily. Um, but like another approach is that we actually give people education before they start investing, which is fairly much appreciated by the market, because we get like a good amount of people following us on social media to get those information. So I think a different approach to what has been currently done by the competitors is our way to tackle most of the issues and how we can make Ajaib stands out.
Yeah, and I guess I was also wondering because Ajaib is a fintech company, and with good reason, the fintech industry is very heavily guarded. It's really difficult for you to enter the fintech space.
Yes.
So, how do you gain legitimacy as a startup going into the fintech world, and how do you gain people's trust?
Yeah, I think, of course, yeah, we are monitored by OJK and IDX, of course, for our daily business. So it does, we are heavily monitored by them. It gives us, it's quite a challenge actually to find out ways to, let's say, be able to implement like the easy what do you call it, like easy registration for new investors, because normally with a lot of other companies they need to come to the office and then provide documents, etc. um, but like with Ajaib, we try to like make that process shorter by having like a fully online sign up. um, that in its own was like a challenge for us to implement because we really need to review all the legal, let's say like legalities of how the process should work and what is accepted by OGK and IDX. Um, but like from that, I think we really try to like um, follow like all the instructions and follow all regulations by OGK and IDX to make sure that the users actually feel safe in investing with Ajaib, because again we follow all the rules and regulations, and making sure that we always follow those even when we try to branch out like new initiatives. So I think by keeping to those regulations, we gain like the public's trust as well, because they don't have to worry if this is like a legit platform to invest in or not.
And also, what excites you the most about the fintech industry in Indonesia? And how do you see it changing in the future?
Yeah, I think fintech industry is actually really growing as of now, during the pandemic, and hopefully with many years to come, it will still grow, because a lot of the younger generations of Indonesia is actually becoming more aware of like financial freedom and um, how you can reach that certain phase to gain the freedom, because um, let's be real, like we didn't really get teach how to pay taxes, how to um, like set up an emergency fund for yourself in school, right? They don't really teach us that, unfortunately. So we need to learn this all by ourselves and to make sure that we are safe, we're financially stable and everything. So um, I think the fintech industry is actually really growing because of that, because of the increasing awareness of like millennials and even Gen Z now. Like they are already like interested with all things financial related. So the growth can only increase, I think, moving forward. So yes, I think um, that is really exciting, and I think we will see a lot of new users to the app, because like the Gen Z again being more aware of like um, the financial and like investment in general. So we're not only welcoming millennials anymore. I think we're starting to welcome Gen Z into the market as well. So yeah, I think this is like a really interesting time for us actually.
Perfect. And we don't have any more questions left, but you still have 3 minutes left. So, do you have any closing remarks?
Yeah, I mean, again, thank you so much for everyone that has been here and have been asking questions. It was very interesting to share like the experience and knowledge of like working in Ajaib. Um, am I allowed to share like the last slide? If
Yeah,
that's okay.
go ahead.
There you go. Yeah. So if you guys actually have anything to um, ask about IJ, feel free to contact me, reach out to me. I can be reached through LinkedIn. If you have any questions, feel free to message me on there. I usually try and help answer any questions. If you have any questions about IJ, or about like personal experience as well, you're welcome to. And if you're interested about Ajaib in general, feel free to follow us on our social media, aside from the main Instagram account at Ajaib underscore investasi. That is for the main account. And if you are interested about the culture, you can follow us on Instagram, people at Ajaib. And if you're interested more about like the business update side of Ajaib, you can follow us on LinkedIn as well. And you can also scan this barcode here if you are interested to join the team and to see, let's say, like which position fits you the most. So yeah, feel free to connect with us. And yeah, I'll be here to answer any questions if you have. So yeah, feel free to reach out to me. I think that is it. Thank you so much, Garuda Hacks team, for the time and opportunity to speak at this event today.
And thank you so much, Ajaib. Thank you so much, Darren, for being able to represent Ajaib and coming to the event today. Um, this this has been a wonderful opportunity both for our hackers and for Garuda Hacks, and we hope that our partnership continues towards the future. And yeah, and if anyone needs a context or anything, you can always give us an email. You can always shoot us an email, and we'll just connect you with people in Ajaib or Darren. We can give you their emails, and if you guys need, you can contact us through email or Discord. Discord is our main point of communication. So thank you so much, and thank you so much, Darren, once again.
Thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
You too.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to our company talks. We hope that you guys have had a great break. And up next, we're inviting our next speaker, Eric from Bear E Ventures. He's the head of investment, and he's responsible for managing balance sheet, fund, deal sourcing, and deployment activities of Bear E Ventures investment team. Prior to his investment career, Eric was a prominent founder and social entrepreneur. He was CEO of Seva.co and the founder of Founder Institute and Sewa Box by. So, without further ado, let's welcome Eric to the stage. Um, Take it away.
Thank you. Uh, Hello. Yeah. Thank you,
Hi,
Janice, for
Eric.
the
Yeah,
intro. Yeah.
yeah.
Uh,
Are you able to turn on your video or?
Sorry. Give me 10 minutes. Without a video. I'm currently on my way to the place. So once I arrive, I will turn on my camera. But for the
Oh,
time being, I need to close my video for a while. Yeah.
no worries. No worries. No
Yeah.
worries.
Cool. Yeah. Thanks for the intro and hello, people from Garuda Hackathon. And if you may, maybe I can get a bit of context of who is currently listening to this session.
Yeah, sure. If everyone in the call can reply and text us, like
Mm,
maybe what are your roles? Are you currently a
mm,
student? Are you working?
yeah,
And maybe where are you currently located in Indonesia or
sure.
abroad? Yeah, feel free. We'll give it probably like 1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah. And how many are listening?
Currently, we have 10 people online. I think a lot of
Mm,
people are still
cool.
working on our projects.
Get
So,
it.
yep, I think we'll see.
Okay, students. Mm-mm. Yep. Okay. Okay. Cool. So maybe for this session, let's just have yeah, a casual conversation between us and those who are currently tuning in. So hello, my name is Eric. Thanks for the intro. I'm currently working, as you mentioned, as head of investment from BRF Ventures. So for context, BRF Ventures is the corporate venture capital arms of Bank BRI, which is one of the oldest bank in Indonesia. So the bank itself has been around for 125 years. So it's even older than the country itself. But the subsidiary that I'm currently working in, BRF Ventures, we are quite the new addition to the company. So we were founded in 2019 to capture the venture capital investing opportunity from banks, because banks are really rigid in terms of regulation and in terms of and how they operate. And venture capital is actually a very risky venture capital is a very risky asset class. So the bank thinks they cannot they cannot absorb the risk if they would like to have the venture capital arms directly on the main company. So they decided to set up a new subsidiary, the Berry Ventures, to do the venture capital investing. So previously, I was working in another venture capital company as well, and prior before that, I was running my own startup. So maybe just like you guys. So I did that for like maybe around 2-3 years with three other friends. We get few fundings. We won competitions. You can say that, and we also get some grants for the government. But unfortunately, the project did not really ended up really well. So we decided to close the startups, and I eventually ended up working on the company that funded me. Funny story. Yeah. So maybe for the next 1 hour or so, I can share a bit about my story, and maybe and then maybe also answer some of the questions that you might have, because from what I see, most of to some I would not say some learnings, but maybe some insight from my end. And let's see if that can also help you to to be incorporated in the project.
Hello, Eric. I think you got cut off. Are you still there? Seems like there's a internet connection problem, but we'll give it a few more minutes. We will be waiting. Okay, I think Eric is back. Hi, Eric. Hello. Hi, Eric.
Can you hear me well? The connection issue. Okay.
Yeah, I think we can hear you clearly now.
The one that I have just built, 10K, 50K, 100K. One of my some of my peers are getting like millions of dollars, and I still don't understand what do they see in that. Like, what's the purpose? And I think that might be also some of the stuff that you're currently experiencing in, like maybe some of you are also looking into in knowing what things are actually the investors are looking when they look at startups. So valuation. So here's the thing. For context, when you have an idea, it is really difficult to tell people how much your idea is really worth. Like you can say, oh, I have this idea. I would like to build project A. I would like to build startup B. I would like to build apps C. Yeah, but those are just idea, right? How do you plan to give a price tag on something that's intangible, something that's cannot be seen, cannot be touched, cannot be proven yet? How could you value that? So actually, when so maybe let me just reveal the story. Some trigger. As investor, we also do not know how to do that. So this is not a question of right or wrong. So this is just a question of conviction. So it's like playing a poker. You do not know your opponent's card, but you still make a bet, even though you're not knowing what your opponent card really is. So it's basically just us making a bet. So venture capital is actually a fund manager. We do not invest with our own money. So our business model is we collect money from other people. So let's say from my case is the bank. The bank gave us let's say for simplicity 100 million in order to be invested in high growth companies. So the bank require me here. I give you 100 mil, and in 4 years or in 8 years or in X years, you need to return this money plus we call it IRR plus the internal required rate of return of maybe 10% per year, or maybe 20% per year. So I need to give them like maybe 200 million in the next 4 years, let's say. And in order for me to be able to achieve 200 million, I cannot invest that in just a simple. I put it in a time deposit, or I put it in the bonds. That will never reach the requirement of 100 mil required by the bank side. So that's why I need to invest it in a more risky investment. So consider this as me putting a bet in companies that may be able to give me a return of my capital. So startup is really interesting. Why? Because investing in startup gave me the ability to do that, to bring my 100 million into 200 or maybe more in 4 years or maybe less. So that's actually what we're doing. So when we're doing the investment, we need to see whether your company can grow, and eventually it can return me my money. So it's never what do you call it, a blind bet. So I just put my money everywhere and hope that money can grow. No, we do that because we have an investment strategy. Now, from the startup perspective, it's really interesting because some of you might not really understand how the fundraising games work, and still you can receive some money. So when I see the comments, the students here, you're from San Francisco, from UNSW, from Melbourne, from Berkeley, you guys have a higher premium compared to your peers in Indonesia, if I can say that. Why? Because when a student's when a UPenn student, or maybe someone from Berkeley would like to make something, there is a higher possibility that the project that you're working on will be more successful compared to your peers who's currently studying in maybe an Indonesian university. So if we want to say statistically speaking, that is the truth. Yeah. So the project that you're currently working on might have more premium. So I will not say that it will definitely be successful. I would just say it has a higher chance of probability for that to be successful. And since I'm a fund manager, it is more logical for me to put my bet on the project that have a higher chance to be successful, right? So there's a possibility for you, for example, when you go back to Indonesia, for example, and you decided to work on a project, then somebody will approach you and say, hey, I don't know what you're doing, but I think you have the potential. I will give you 50, I will give you 100K to do the project. Just put my name on your cap table. Give me a slice of the pie of the project that you're working on. So that might be true. Of course, that again, I won't say it will definitely be the come true, but that's a higher probability to that. So may I know from you guys here, maybe it will be easier for me to give a context based on the project they're currently working on. So maybe you can put it in the comments of the project they're currently working on, and we can have a discussion on that. And meanwhile, if you can give me like 2 minutes, I'm currently going to this, so I'll need to sign off for a bit, but I will jump back in the next 2 minutes or so. Okay, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, for everyone, please write in the comments what type of projects you're working on, and then maybe Eric will continue back in 1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah. Hello. Oops.
Hi, Eric.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, traffic is worse than I predicted. Yeah.
No worries.
So from Kailin, you're currently working on a project based around the metaverse. Okay. So Kailin, if I ask you, how much do you value your project? Can Kailin open the mic and talk, or
Oh, I think
it's only chat?
it's streamed, so
Okay.
Yeah, participants are not able to turn on their mics.
Okay. No worries. Helen, if you can put in the comment as well. Put in the comment again. Like, how much do you think your project are worth? Or maybe if I ask you, you're currently working on a project of metaverse. Okay, metaverse is something that is really it's on the rising verticals. So I believe you can be traded at premium if you're working on something like that. But since your project is new and you're still a student, what if I put a price tag on your project for, let's say, $100? Is it something that you're going to accept, or do you think, oh no, $100 is definitely too cheap? Hopefully a lot, yeah. But definition of a lot can be really different, right? Like, is a $100 a lot, or you think your project is worth 1,000 or 10,000 or 100,000? Yeah. So this is actually the question that we were always working on, to give a value of something that is currently intangible, because we do not know how much your project will eventually be, right? So when we're trying to give a value for a startup, especially on its very early stage, we usually put the price tag based on the potential that we think you will be giving us in the next future. So for example, when I say, okay, if you're working on something good, let me say I value your project at $1,000 now. So if I come and I give you 100, will you give me 1% of your company? What do you say, Kailin? Or maybe we can try to move the question a bit to others. So Kailin, feel free to reply if you can. Jacqueline asked how to value your own project. Yeah. You need to be able to tell us how much do you think your project will give value in the next, let's say, maybe 10 or 20 years, and we take the discounted price back to the present value now. So for example, if Jacqueline is creating a project of something, and you think this project can generate it can generate like $1 million per year, but that will be on year 5, right? So let me take the price discounted back by 5 years to maybe $10,000 at its present value. So if anybody would like to give me $10,000, you will get the whole company basically. But that's not something that you would like to do, right? So maybe you can give me 5,000, then you will get half of the company. So in the next 5 years, when my company is generating that $1 million, you will get 50% out of it. So that's basically the trade-off that we're giving. You're giving me a slice of your project, you're giving me a piece of the companies, but in return, when this project is finally generating something, you need to give me that amount. Oh, April is currently working on a project to have small business get loans. Yeah, this is really interesting. So this is also the project that we BRF Ventures are really interested in. So we currently have, especially in P2P verticals, I think we have like 5 companies working on that, because we really believe that peer-to-peer is the way to serve the underserved customer, because banks are really rigid. You can only give loans to SMEs if they pass this threshold. So maybe from 100 applicants, only 80, let's say only 50 get the loan approved by the bank. So the remaining 50 need to go to loan shark, or maybe worse, yeah, they just left the project off because they cannot get the money to fund the project. So the peer-to-peer companies actually helping those underserved companies by giving them it's actually a higher interest rate compared to the bank. But since the alternative is not to get the money, or you go to the loan shark with exorbitant rates, it's better to borrow from the P2P. Yeah, good working on that April. Hopefully you will get something from that. And Jerry also asked, do you think Silicon Valley startup valuation are overpriced? Okay, There are two things in terms of valuation. The first is the valuation itself, and the second one is the pricing. So valuation and pricing usually is not always aligned. So for example, if I have a Coke right now, the value of the Coke for a can of a Coke, it is maybe just like 50 cents. That's the capital, the yeah the everything that you need to make a Coke is basically just 50 cents. But if you put that Coke in a fancy restaurant, suddenly those 50 can Coke can turn into $5. So that's pricing. The valuation is actually the same, but the pricing is increasing. So in terms of the Silicon Valley valuation, I think the valuation is always it stays the same. It's only the pricing that gets higher, and that's actually one of the costs of a bubble. So when people are giving premium of a product that in valuation wise is not increasing, but in terms of pricing is always increasing, it's just a matter of time before the bubble bursts. I do not have that much exposure to Silicon Valley, but in Indonesia, that's something that I think we are not experiencing yet. So the pricing is so if you're talking about tech startup in Indonesia, we have a higher pricing. We have a higher and higher pricing as of now, but I think that's because we're currently still undervalued. So we're still, for example, we're still below the real valuation that we can get. So I think we're still behind compared to Silicon Valley in terms of pricing. Jacqueline asked again, is there a way to project this estimate more accurately? Yeah, definitely. So it's actually what we are doing. Again, valuation is actually a guesstimate. So there will never be a right or wrong for that. The only things that can tell whether valuation is right or not is if you have a willing buyer met with a willing seller and they transacted at that price. So we usually use various methods in order to get the range of the valuation of a project. So if you heard, the method that we commonly use is the multiple. So basically, what we do is that we're trying to find a similar company to yours, usually a public listed company. Then we try to find what is their revenue and what is their current market cap as of now. So we divide the market cap compared to the revenue, and we have what we call as the revenue multiple. So let's say if Jacqueline, who is working on SME funding.
I think it was April.
Yeah, I think somebody's. Sorry, who's that?
April.
Oh, yeah, April. Okay, April is working on a project to help small businesses get loans. So let's say I look at a more established company. Let's say, yeah, one of our investee perhaps is called Investry. They're working on a peer-to-peer model. So I know how much Investry is worth at the time being, and I know how much their revenue are. So for example, the company is currently worth 100 million, and they're generating like 10 million revenue per year. So they're traded at 10 million multiple. Then I ask you, April, how much of revenue are you generating for the time being? And you tell me, it's still 1,000. Then we can easily using that method, we can say, that means your company, we can value your company at 1,000 times 10, so 10,000. So that's the easy way to do it. We could use another method called the DCF, discounted cash flow, but it's usually unsuitable for early stage startups because, again, you do not have cash flow at the time being, and DCF usually is only good for companies that's growing on how I say at normal growth rate, maybe like 5 or 10% per year. But the company that you're working on, the project that you're currently working on, this is going to be something that is going to grow maybe like 50 or 100 or maybe 1000x per year. And that's something that DCF usually cannot encapsulate within its calculation. So usually we use a combination of that method. Now, and Kevin also asked, can I value a project that doesn't really have a solid monetization plan yet? Yes, you definitely can. So basically, you can do anything as long as you get a willing seller. That means your pricing is correct. Yeah. So it's just like putting a price tag on arts. Let's say, if we're talking about a painting, for some people, this thing might have no value at all. Oh, I really don't understand this art. I do not want to spend any money in this. But you can go to another person and say, wow, this is a really good things. I think I can give like that this much amount of money to this. And this actually the same with your project. When some people say that your project, so do not wait to give value on your project just because it does not have any monetization plan yet. An idea can still be worth something if you know how to sell it and you sell it to the right person. And just like what I mentioned before, previously, I think in 2016, one of the key investment, I would say here, one of the most common investment strategy is actually to invest on the diaspora, on the students who is studying abroad and coming back to Indonesia to start their own project. Usually, that's a really high really high probability for you to get funded compared to your peers. Okay, Kailin, do you think it's essential for a startup to join incubator for them to be successful? Oh, you can highlight this. Okay, this is really good. Okay.
Yeah, I found that out. I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, I think we should do that. Yeah. So yeah, incubator is actually just a tool. So it is not a necessity, but it will help you a lot. Why? Because you're currently running on a startup. And if I can be frank, the skill that is required to run the startup is usually not taught is not being taught in the academic ecosystem. So it was always helpful to get somebody to help you, to guide you, to teach you, to be your mentor, or even to find a similar peers. You, for example, like in this hackathon, you can meet some of the peers that's currently not in your circle, right? So I think that's the really valuable things that is that you should take from event like this, or even from an incubator. So again, it is not a guarantee if you will be successful if you join an incubator, but you will have a higher probability compared to those who are not. So it's basically just about increasing your odds to be successful. And maybe we can move on next to Bentley. What if we don't meet our projection of our project? Ha ha ha. Yeah, then you will be the laughing stock of the of the investors. No, but here's the thing. Again, projection is something that is projected, right? There's no 100% guarantee you'll achieve that. So when you're showing your projection to investors, we usually always discount that. It's really hard to take projection 100% at the value that you were given to me, because I know that there's going to be a lot of things happening from things that you can control, or even from the things that you cannot, like the macro, for example, like COVID. So it's actually really common, and I think if the investor is an experienced one, he will definitely always discount your projection. Okay, maybe we can move on next to Nadia, the qualities that we're looking in for a founder. So here's the thing. When we're investing in a company, we're actually investing in the founders. Why? Because what I'm believing in is actually in your promise. You're promising me that in the next maybe 5 or 10 or something years, your project will be able to give a return of my money so I can give that money back to my to my investors. So things that I'm really looking at is actually your character, number one, because I don't want to put my money in somebody who I cannot trust, and somebody who is also competent to do that. So yeah, those two actually, the character and the competency is something that is really valuable for our founders. So yeah, there are more other things, but I think those two are the paramount compared to the others. And John Doe, wow, this is a very, is it a real name? Okay. Would you prefer founder teams or solo founder? We always invested in team, but I won't say we do not invest in solo founders, because again, what we believe is actually on the we believe in the person who are building this. It will be helpful if the person actually already has a teams, because we believe nobody is because nobody is able to achieve everything by themselves, right? They need to have some a team to support them. So it will be good if the team is ready, is already there when we enter when we invest in company. But if we saw a really exceptional founders, and he has not had a team yet, not because he doesn't have, not because he cannot have a team, but just because he do not have the team as of now. But maybe in the next 6 or maybe in the next 8 months, they can get a team to join the project. I think yeah, we definitely can invest in them. So again, team will help, but it's not the only requirement. It will just increase your chance of getting funded. But there's no benefit of getting a weak team just for you to increase your opportunity to get funding. So it's better to say solo rather than trying to just onboard anybody just for the sake of having a team. Okay, then Marcella. Oh, the due diligence, yeah. So that will depend on the stage of the companies. If we're talking about later stage companies, companies that have already have performance to be benchmarked or to be compared, we will definitely take a look at their performance. But when we're looking at earlier stage startups, we usually always look at their the team, the market that they're currently working, and the product that they have as of now. So when we're talking about team, we want to know who is currently building this and who are the team, who have the most shares. So the person who has the most shares definitely will have the most interest, right, in the companies. And do they have any experience before this, or do they can they pull it off? Then we also take a look at the market. So because here's the thing. So previously there's somebody working on a metaverse project, right? So this is actually a rising vertical. Why? Because this is new, because it is new. So if you're working on a metaverse project, there's a higher chance that you will get funded compared if you're just working on a project on a sector that's currently on sunset. So maybe let's say a person is working on a metaverse project and another person is working on a newspaper project. So who do you think will get? We will have a higher chance to get funded. Definitely the one who's working on the metaverse side, because nobody's reading newspaper as of now. So we also want to look at the market. We need to assess the market because even if you're doing bad, but you're in a rising market, your company valuation will be definitely increased because of pricing that I've mentioned before. And last, maybe we will take a look at your product. So people, product, and potential market. Those three for earlier stage. For product, we usually, again, I am not a tech guy, more on the business guy. So we usually do not take a look at we do not do any technical due diligence to your product for the earlier stage. We just take a look on how the use case, and we usually try to use the product and see if this is something that we're comfortable using it. Is it something that we're willing to share it with friends? But if you're on the later stage startup, usually they will have very high technical due diligence to take a look at your product. Then Natasha asked, when starting off with an idea, do you have tips to funding your project? Yeah, I would say number one, always work on a project that is currently on a rising market if you're looking for funding, because for example, when Facebook decided to change their brand and decided to work on a metaverse project, I believe there will be fund that will set aside some of their dry powder in order to invest in the metaverse ecosystem. So if you're in the rising market, you can be really bad at it, but you will still be priced higher compared to your peers on the sunset market. So my tips: try to find the hot market and build the narrative around that. Yeah. Then Kevin asked, do you prefer to invest in a completely original in a less explored? Okay. So Kevin, I personally do not believe on an original idea because I do not know why, but I think idea is something that is really is the easiest thing is this thing to be thought of. So I think original, yeah, original, yeah. I usually prefer something that has already a success case. Then the founders usually replicating that on Indonesian level, or maybe on different verticals, or maybe on a different customer base. Why? Because in investing, I need to take a stance of a fund manager. I'm currently managing other people's money. So investing in an original idea might give me a really high return, right? But there will be a higher probability for that project to go bust compared to a project that I already know what will this be. So I usually take a wait and see method. So it's okay for me to miss the maybe like the 1,000 or 10,000 returns. But as long as I can, as long as I have a more conviction on the project. So I prefer the latter. And in less explored market, how do you do risk analysis for your project? Yeah, so we usually take a look at the comparables. We usually pick a global comparables. For example, if this company is doing this, similar to these companies in India, or maybe similar to these companies in China or in US or in Europe, for example. And we just try to compare them to the macro ecosystem here in Indonesia. But if you're talking about the project that is really unexplored, so we're talking about let's say metaverse, because there are no successful company even in the States yet, right, for metaverse. So we usually take a wait and see approach. Wait for the guys in the States to do something, and wait for them to give them the answer before we start answering our answers here. Yeah, so it's actually just I also need to increase my odds. So I think I won't say but copying really helps me increase the odds to return the fund. So that's also one of the strategy that we're employing.
Yeah, maybe
Any
Eric,
other question?
since
Happy.
there's no other questions right now, maybe if you want to share your experiences with. Oh, there's another question right now. Oh, two actually.
Yeah.
But feel free to share like advice or maybe some suggestions since we are coming in the last few hours of the whole hackathon. So yeah, maybe if you wanted to share a few last words as well after the two questions.
Yeah. So most of you are still student, right? So I think you need to use this moment to experiment. And experiments actually trying out hypothesis, right? And when you're trying out hypothesis, you will get two possibilities. You can either fail or you can either success. And since you're still a student now, I will advise you to do more as many experiment as you can, and to fail as much as you can. Why? Because it's failing for you is cheap as of now. You uh you are still young. You have more years to come, and if you fail, you can start fresh. Very very easy. You just start again. I'm a student. What do you expect of me, right? But as you grow older, as you have a position, let's say you already working somewhere and you decided to start the company, the experiment, it will be harder for you to get up once you fail, because people will already have a really high expectation of you. You might already spend yeah, maybe you sell your car for the project, or maybe you quit your job to do this project full time, and that will be really expensive if you fail. As of now, most of you are still students, so fail as fast as you can and fail as much as you can, because you will learn from failure more compared to success. And let's say you're still a student now, even though if you are successful in your project, that success might be immaterial if you look at it on bigger picture. Yes, maybe you can't you're trying a project. Yes, your project is netting you maybe like 2,000 per month, which is a really good good money to have as students, right? But if you're talking in yeah in your future self, maybe, and if you're future self in the next 5 or 10 years, those 1,000 might be peanuts. So rather than having that $1,000 now, it will be better for me to have that failure experience, so you know how does you will not repeat the same mistakes in the future when you are older, when you have a more position, when you have more cash in the banks. So you do not go all in on that project. Yeah, use that time, and I think yeah, I think that is the qualities that we're looking for our founder as well. We rarely invest in a single in a not virgin. What's the word I'm looking? In a first time founders. Yeah, we usually prefer somebody who have already some experience before running the project. Okay, Kevin asked again, what industries do you think are on rise in Indonesia? We usually have this yeah this image. We call it the holy trinity of venture investing. So it's like a triangle. On the first one we have the fintech sector, on the second one we have the e-commerce, and on the right we have the logistic. So those three things are actually the rising what we believe is the rising verticals in Indonesia. Why? Because in terms of financial, uh, yeah, we are the fourth most populous countries in the world, but the financial sector is only is can only be assessed by maybe 50-40% of the population. Most of us are still unbanked or even underbanked. So yeah, maybe I can have I can have a bank account, but I am not eligible to get a loan or even a credit card from the banks. Then we also believe on the e-commerce sector, because this will really change the way people purchase in the future. If you see, I think our online transaction in 2019, 2020, maybe only 2% are done online and 98% are coming from offline. But we're still waiting for the 2020 2021 data. COVID, I think, has really changed our our purchasing habit a bit, I think that number will grow into 8% by now. And if you take a look at 20, maybe 2030, that numbers can be like half. So there's really high potential in that in the e-commerce industry. And lastly is the logistic, because there need to be a movement. So we believe in the retail, right? There will need to be a movement of goods. If you're transacting in online commerce, and Indonesian logistic is really fragmented. We are separated by sea, unfortunately separated, not connected. Well, actually, sea. We were an archipelago, right? We have like tens of thousands of islands. Uh, while if you see in more developed countries, they usually use the sea to send the freight, because it's really cheap transferring items by ship compared to truck. But here we rely more on trucking rather than than the than the ship. Yeah, so I think there will be a higher, there will also be a high potential in the logistic industry if we are looking into that holy trinity. And if we go back for circle, the financial sector will also be supporting. Will also be supporting the logistic payment and the e-commerce payment. And last from Jacqueline, how develop project need to be for BRI to fund. So the funding actually comes from BRI Ventures, which is the subsidiary. So it did not come from BRI directly, because of the risk that I'm mentioning earlier. So it will be really really risky. So BRI can only invest in a project that have been established for maybe 50 years or maybe 30 years, and it need to be profitable for the last 5 years. You need to have a capital of at least 20 billion or something. And most of our projects are usually not like that. So that's why we in BRI Ventures are being set up to be able to, yeah, to capture those kind of projects. So even in BRI Ventures ourselves, we have various funds. So we can invest in a project that is already developed, in a project that maybe are in the north of 100 million valuation, but we can also invest in the earlier in the project. But the smallest ticket size that we can give to the companies is usually around 500 to 2 mil to $2 million funding. So that implies the valuation of the company maybe around, yeah, 5 to 10 million. And in order for your company to be valued at, yeah, 500 or 10 million, you need to, depending on your verticals, but it needs to at least generate a revenue for us to assess your probability to generate that much revenue. So we're comfortable to give you that $5 million price tag. Yeah. And just because your companies or your projects does not get funded, it doesn't mean that your projects are bad. You just need to find the correct the suitable buyers, because just like the art that I mentioned before, for some people this might be trash, but if you go to the right people, this might be a very very sought after arts that they would like to have. So you also need to be able to identify the potential investor that you're talking to. Will this guy invest in earlier stage, or will he prefer investing something that's already higher in terms of valuation? So I'm currently assuming the roles of the investment teams of a fund, and the fund has a specific mandate that I need to satisfy. But if you want to talk a little bit earlier to the value chain of investing, you can usually go to angel investors. So angels are somebody who are investing with their own money, and since they're investing with their own money, they usually they are more lax in terms of the companies they're looking at. So even if you don't have any product yet, you do not have any revenue yet, you can come to them and you say, "Hey, I just come back from schools, but I have this idea to set something. Would you be interested to invest in my company?" They might say yes to that, because that's something that they're comfortable investing in. So if someone that did not believe, if someone do not believe in the value that you give to the company, then you can do two things, right? You can either reduce the value, or you can find the person to sell at the same price. And maybe from Kevin, again, what do you think about impact investing, i.e., investing in how much per can impact environment, society, blah, 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 instead of profit? Yes. So impact investors will attract uh, a different breed of funds compared to the traditional investings. So as I mentioned before, fund will be subject to mandates, right? And each fund will have its specific mandates. So BRF Ventures, we're also looking into impact investing, and we're still trying to collect the appetite from the funds, from the funds owner before we decide to sell those funds. So I think there's also a rising investing verticals. Yeah, because there are people who are willing to invest less, to get less in financial return, as long as they can give more impact returns, such as the one that you mentioned previously, the environment, society empowerment. Yeah, so I think this is something that will definitely be on the rise in the next. It's actually something that's really common if you're talking in a more developed countries, but in a developing countries like Indonesia, I think we have other things first to solve than rather than the issues that you mentioned. So the appetite from impact investing actually come from from the more developed countries like US or the Europe here. Yeah, maybe it will take like 5 years before the initiative will really come from our end, from the local fund managers. Yeah.
I think that's all the questions we have right now.
Mm.
Since we're coming up to the end of the hour, maybe
Yeah.
any last words for our
Yeah.
participants, and encouragement maybe for the last few
Mm.
hours.
Yeah. So maybe last from me is to, yeah, I think I will just try to highlight the points that I mentioned before. You are still in your prime, I will say, as a founders, and I think this is the really good time for you to fail. So it might be counterintuitive, but believe me, it will be better to fail now rather than you fail in the next 5 years after you graduated, because you will definitely fail. So building a startup is not a smooth journey. So people think like it's going to be like an easy ride from the bottom to the top. It's just like a straight line. It will never be like that. So you can walk like 5 paces, then afterward you will just stump, and you need to restart anew. You will definitely need at some point you will definitely need to either pivot the business, or you scratch that idea and you start afresh new. And it'll be easier to start that when you still have the student's mental, and you need to use that as your competitive advantage. I would say. And last, try to find a mentors, because I think it will be you cannot change the world alone. And even if you have a team that is currently on your peers, but you're mostly will stay on the same level, right? You need to have somebody who is actually higher than you, to give you a higher perspective, and try to lift you up. So it will really reduce the experiment times that you need, and and hopefully it can also decrease your failing requirements before you finally succeed. Yeah, so try to do that. And again, while you are currently wearing that student mantle, use that, because usually mentors are more willing to share to students compared to graduates. Especially if you've been working at a company, usually people will think, oh, is he trying to brain rape me? Did the company send him to talk to me or something like that? But I think it'll be easier if you're still wearing that this students mental. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah.
I think we learned a lot from you. So
Yeah.
far I think we've heard a lot about more
Mm,
technical workshops, and it's really good to hear from the business
mm,
aspect of things, and how to see best how to prepare ourselves. Whenever we're thinking of making a startup, and I see a lot of us in the comments. I think there is that urge to,
yeah.
or like the ideas. So thanks for like redirecting us and giving us more of your perspective on it.
Yeah.
Really
Yeah.
appreciate your
Welcome.
time. Yeah, really
Sure.
appreciate
Sure.
your time, and thank you again. Really happy to have Barry on board.
Yeah.
In Garuda Hacks.
Yeah. Okay.
Have a great rest of
Oh,
your day.
sorry. Maybe one final disclaimer from my end. Again, the things that I've mentioned to you before. Everything is how to say. This is my personal opinion. So uh, if you think that this is valuable to you, you take it. Otherwise, you scrape it. So I cannot be correct 100% of the time, right? So only take things that you think will have value to you. Otherwise, just scrape it. Okay. No hard feeling in that. Okay.
No, I think
Okay.
valuable insight from you,
Uh,
and thank you again,
yeah.
Eric. Feel free to hop off. I think we're now
Sure.
moving, gonna start with our next session and our last talk of the day. We have our some representative from Delman, and we'll
Yeah.
be back in 4 minutes. And see you guys all later.
Yeah.
Bye, Eric. Thank you.
Okay. See you then. Bye. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We're back with the last talk of the day. I hope you guys learned a lot from Eric from Bear Adventures. Today we have one of our speakers again yesterday from Delman. Today we have three representatives from Delman. We have Raymond, Irshadi, and Rayhan. Raymond is the co-founder and chief data officer of Delman. Prior to building Delman, he graduated from UC Berkeley and also worked at tech companies in Silicon Valley, including Splunk and Google. Irshadi currently works as a senior software engineer at Delman. He has had prior professional work experience as a UI UX designer as well as web developer. And last but not least, we also have Rayhan. Rayhan also works as a software engineer and earned his bachelor's degree in computer science from Venus University. So, welcome, and let's give a virtual round of applause to Delman. And I'm welcoming Raymond on stage.
All right. So, can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you clearly.
Okay. All right. So, thank you, Garuda Hacks, for giving us the another opportunity for us to present what we are doing. So, hopefully, I can present my screen here. Yeah. Okay. Great. So basically, if you guys missed yesterday's session, we have talked about briefly about what we are building, who's our team. So I just want to briefly reintroduce them to people that probably missed the first part of our session. So today we will be doing a short demo session, which is extended from yesterday, and also a sharing session on how life and work at Delman. Okay, so basically, quickly through what we are doing. Basically, we are a data company that help companies or enterprises solve their pain points, and these are the pain points that usually people in the enterprise have. One of the major things that people have is their data is everywhere. It's hard to make use of their data and so on and so forth, right? So there are a lot of difficulties in doing this, and then when it comes to bigger when and the enterprise gets bigger and the data size gets bigger, usually they will have a team. Maybe the team looks like something like this, where they will have data engineer, they will have a data scientist or analyst. Then of course there will be business users that doing the interaction with the clients, for example, right? So of course not all companies have this privilege. Some companies, I think, they will. Some of these responsibilities are overlapping in a few people, which is a bit hard to do, especially because you need to handle a lot of things. But that happens in mid to smaller startups. But the idea is basically given data, raw data. Data engineers usually are the people that try to locate this raw data and then combine this raw data so that the data scientists or analysts can then use the data for experiments, right? So to find an insights, and then this will be passed again to the business user for them to make reports and if they have some kind of dashboards to be monitored for the company, right? So this is the typical way enterprise use data. And of course, if you are a data guy or just engineer guy, you basically would have known few or even most of these things. Right now, we are living in a cloud era where people there's a lot of things already in cloud ecosystem in Google, Amazon, Azure. We also have some things in Apache infrastructure. There's a lot of things in the Apache Hadoop, Apache Airflow, Spark, and so on and so forth. So these are all the tools that you might be familiar with. And of course, one of the more tools that you use, the more complex the workflow that you need to manage, because you need to maintain things in one tool and then you need to move it to other tool and so on, right? So that's one of the things that although it might be required for some companies, but we feel that some of the things can be simplified, especially if especially for enterprise that is medium or smaller, right? So some of these things, this is some of our vision that we think we can solve through our product. And so how do we want to revolutionize this, right? So basically, yesterday, as previously introduced, we have this product called Delma Data Labs, or in short, Mandala, which basically tries to simplify some of these things. Basically, how to integrate data from data sources with little to no coding. Yesterday, we have shown that some of these things just by doing clicks without actually using code at all. Of course, after you build a proper pipeline, the things that you want to do is then next is actually to maintain that. So you want to you want to check if if there's an error that happen daily, if there's things that you need to schedule and so on, right? So, and of course, after the data has been done, you also want to use the data somewhere else, for business user, for data scientists, and so on. But and of course, our vision for the product that we are building at the moment and towards the future is that all the people that use data can collaborate, right? So that's I think that's one of the biggest challenge that we want to solve: how to collaborate easily between all the things that all the people in the company that use data. And we know at the moment data is not only exclusive to let's say data engineers or data scientists, but I mean, if possible, if I'm a business guy, I don't know anything about tech or SQL. People, a lot of people, business people use Excel, for example, right? Which is technically you already interact with data, you already play around, even though your capability to process data might not be as advanced as data engineers or data scientists, right? But it cannot be like you still use data, right? So everyone is data. It's just the skill. There's a curve that needs to be climbed, right? So it's not as easy for business user to process data. So what we want is a tool that can help seamlessly between all people in the company that use the data, and that's what we are building, right? So these are the things, basically, the main things that we are doing. Of course, right now we really focus on data integration. We also focus on the automation, how to make everything end to end automated, because without automation, you need to process everything manually, right? So we don't want to. We want to build something that is maintainable and scalable, and we also, of course, process data through different means in our tools, right? So again, in today's session, I will only show some things that might be useful for power user. So if you're, let's say, a non-tech guy, or probably a beginner user, let's say you just happen to learn things about data, you understand SQL query, but you don't understand how to extract data from one place to the other. You can play around with our tools. Later, we will show how you can register for free and so on. So, but this today's session are meant for the power user, where you already code a lot. You already try to integrate data from source with coding. Of course, we also provide means to for our tool to inject some codes, where you can use whatever codes that you're using, that you use to transform data. Then you can use it also seamlessly in the data pipeline that you already built in our tool. So, of course, right now the limitation is that we only allow Python codes. Because that's the most popular language for data processing overall. So basically anything that, so if you're a data scientist, for example, I will later show that the comparison between if you're using, let's say, a popular, let's say, notebook versus if you're using our tools, right? So, okay, so demo time. Okay, I will quickly switch to the screen. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, hopefully the screen is already on. Yeah. Okay. So if you attend this session, I help build this data pipeline, this very simple data pipeline, where we integrate data from, let's say, BigQuery, and then we have a PostgreSQL. We also have data from Google Sheet, and then we learn how to actually combine this data together with little to no code. yesterday we learned how to, if you're a data guy, you most likely will learn how to use SQL query. I think that's one of the main language that is a must learn nowadays. So this yesterday we learned that we can use a SQL query to just unify all the data that we already imported in the platform. Now the thing is, so I try to actually emulate, right? So this is I use Google Colab, but of course you can use any other notebook like Jupyter Notebook or whatever notebook you are familiar with. I try to emulate the same process in the notebook, right? So this is how you actually will try to import the data from the notebook. Of course, in the notebook, I'll try to import all the files from, let's say, this is CSV files. But of course, if you want to import from other means, for example, in enterprises, typically people put data in different places. I mean, you'll be surprised if all the data has been integrated. I think most of the enterprises or startups right now, they focus on the business so much, right? So they they probably don't take care their data infrastructure as well, right? So, and that's understandable, right? So our job here is to actually help them to take care of their data wherever they put it, and then we tidy up all this data into one place, right? So if you are a data engineer or data scientist working on those companies, what you I mean, you will need to do a lot of coding, right? I mean, if you're not using tools, you will need to do a lot of coding. You will, I mean, in this example, I only read from files, right? But typically, when you want to import from something, there is a unique way of doing it, right? If you want to import from BigQuery, you need to probably Google how to import data from BigQuery and so on. And then if you import from, like, say, a database, you need to Google how to do it, right? So, I mean, that's understandable. But of course, we want things to be easier because I believe that all those stuff are meant to be easy. We want people to actually focus on the, how to extracting values from data and not how to play around with data. Because as a business, the value comes from, what kind of things you can extract from data, what kind of insights which is useful to grow the products, the operations and so on, right? So just to make it easy, this is in reality it's much harder than this, of course, right? So I just upload the file, and then this is the typical thing where if you want to do the same thing that I already did in our platform, you will need to write code like this. Of course, when writing code, there's a lot of things that can go wrong, right? Typo and things where you forget how to do certain things and so on, right? So this is the thing where if I want to unify all these four data into one data, and then the idea is that comes where there's a logic that cannot be covered by what we are currently building in Mandala, right? So, and of course, we already think about it because it's impossible that we cover everything, especially if because every company has its own policy and probably understanding about their data, right? So, for example, in this case, I'll show you. For example, in this data, let's say one of the things that I want to do, for example, is okay. I have this player position, something like this, but then this is basically a data about football. But then the position is put as a list, right? So there's this keywords like CAM, which basically stands for central midfielder, central attacking midfielder, and so on. So, I mean, if you understand football, you probably know it, but for people that are not familiar, this is basically a short for positions that are available in football, right? Now, the thing is, like, in football, we probably can categorize the position into like four major positions, which is basically goalkeeper, defender, midfielder, and attacker, right? So what we want to do is can we label all these players according to their position? So what I want to build is the logic that I want to build is that, okay, so for example, the first guy, the Pascal. So this I want this guy to be interpreted as a midfielder, for example, because LM here actually stands for left midfielder, right? But I want to do it for everyone, right? So the thing is, when you are building in Notebook, this is an unfinished work because technically you can keep adding logic and so on and so forth. But basically, you need to work. You're doing a trial and error while you are trying to parse all the possibilities on the data, right? Right. And of course, basically, you need to. I think the weakness of using Notebook in this case is that everything is run in one place. While if you are, if you are coding in enterprise, usually you will have a separate place to do separate things, right? So we want to organize that so that you can do this simple logic specifically. So I have already a data here that is ready to be explored, right? So let me delete this first. So the original data, okay, so if we refresh, right, so the original data is like this, right? So it has a list of players, it has a list of positions, then how do I actually parse all these positions, right? So of course, this is something very custom, and in the business context, you will, especially if you are hands-on doing working on data, you will, meet this kind of challenges where you need to handle it quote unquote manually, or at least use code, right, to parse certain things that are unique for your company, right? So I've prepared a code or scripts in this case, something like this. Let's see. Maybe I can share the. All right. Maybe I just share the whole screen so that it's easy. Okay, this one. All right. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully it's not too small. But okay, maybe I can enlarge this. Yeah. So basically, this is the kind of scripts that is. This is like the template, a sample script that can be injected to our platform, so that whatever custom logic you want to build, you can do it in this way, right? So basically, when you want to transform a data, this also allows you to do anything, right? So I mean, from simple analytics to like machine learning, because if you know machine learning also requires a lot of parameters to be tuned. So you can, these parameters basically correspond to all the things that you want to do with your data. If you change this value into certain things, then the data will behave the output will behave in certain ways, right? So in this case, basically what I want to do is this parameters where first I will not know which column contains the position. So if we go to here, it will basically means the position will be this player positions, right? So, and the next part is I have 4 extra parameters that list all the possible keywords for goalkeeper, defender, midfielder, and the last one attacker, right? So, and then whatever code, I mean, if you're familiar with Python, basically, if you code things in Python, we also basically you can put your logic in Python file like this, right? And then using typically if you're data scientist, you're using pandas, right? So we allow a very simple way to read your data into a data frame, and then from data frame you can process it accordingly. And then after you apply your logic, basically you just store your data frame back to the result, right? So it's very simple. It's very simple to move from whatever you're currently doing. If you're typically using data frame, playing with data frame in your day-to-day, and then you do all your things here. Now, what I will want to do next is actually I use this feature called scripting, where I upload the script. So let me delete this first just to show how it's done. So let me upload a new script, which is basically this parse position thing, and then I name it. Right. So now that the script is updated, so the next thing I want to do is basically so you can see that all these parameters are appeared here, right? So whatever the things that you already write in your Python script will appear here as as you have wrote, right? So this is very good because basically it allows you to dynamically change and update your script, as I will show you later. So for example, if I fill this according to what I want, this will be player positions, right? And then, so what are the keywords that refer to attacker? For example, I believe ST means striker here. So let's just put one of them, and then defender. Let's see, for example, CB, center back, goalkeeper GK, and midfielder. Let's say I take one of them, CM, right? Then if I execute the script, you'll see there's a recipe, which is basically a sequence of steps that you do on data. And then you can see that if you refresh this, there's this, it forms all these new columns where it determines or it basically informs whether player is a goalkeeper, defender, midfielder, or attacker, right? But of course, and you can see whatever things you have put here. But when you play with scripts, basically it's possible that the script is faulty or even like the logic is not updated, right? So of course we want a simple way to update our logic, right? So for example, or basically modify our parameters, right? So for example, if we see the first one, this player is supposed to be left midfielder, but we see that the label on the midfielder is said false, right? We want this to be true, right? So what you need to do is we go to the sequence of steps, and then we go to the we call it action, right? So action means like the steps that you need to do to the data, and we just add these keywords LM, right? And then if we save it, what it basically does is we update the parameters information in this action, and then if you refresh this data, you can see that now if I highlight the first row, now it becomes true, right? So this is called the iterative process that you will do given a lot. You need to implement custom logic and so on, right? And the beautiful thing about this is also even though this works with a given data, as you work with let's say a notebook. In notebook, it's very hard to visualize which data goes in which process, right? But if you go to demo, we know exactly, for example, just now we do explore players, right? You can even search your data set here and it will highlight, all the data that is already there, right? So basically, in which process your data is being done. And of course, if you want to update your logic, for example, you just go to the script and in here, because you already have all the scripts, you basically need to re-upload. If you want to edit the logic, let's say you add some things that you forgot to do, and if you update this, what happened is basically all the things, not only that data, because in notebook, if you only we play with cells, right? So this one cell, if you run that cell, basically you only update the logic for that cell. But of course, if you often play with notebook, you will know that it's hard to know which, if you have like 100 cells, you don't know if I update this, which other cell should be updated, should I rerun, right? So that's, I think, one of the difficult things when you're using notebooks. It's difficult to introduce a new update because you as the coder need to manually or have like some you need to keep track where all the data needs to be written and so on, right? So, but if you use the same logic in this platform, basically, if I use all this script, let's say I use it in this project, I use it in all 5 other things, all those things will be updated at once, right? So it makes it easy to implement and then to maintain and then of course to update whatever logics you have, right? So given that we can actually integrate, I mean, back to business context, given that we are able to integrate to all these different sources, of course we are still building. We want to build more integrations. We want to build integrations to data sources like APIs, more third-party applications and so on. And given that we have all these things running, we want this even to be smarter in the future. We want probably something that is able to translate as close to human can talk. So that's one of our vision. And of course, we are building this in Indonesia, right? So if you I think we are proud to be one of the companies that build this kind of things in Indonesia. We know that there's not a lot. So if you're again, if you're interested to use our product, basically, oops, yeah, you can go to the cloud.delman.io, click sign up. You can verify your email. If when you're registering, you typically will have some limitations on what features you can use. But if you want to, try to, be our tester to try to use all these features that I just presented, you can contact us all as well at support@delman.io. All right, so I think that's basically some extension to the demo that I did yesterday. And next, we will, I will be speaking with two of our engineers, Raihan and Irshadi. We'll be sharing how is working and life at Delman. So these people are two of all great people that help us to build this product. So, okay, maybe we can introduce them to the talk. Not sure if I can invite. Okay. So that's Raihan. I believe there should be Irshadi here. Okay.
Hello.
Hey guys.
Hello.
So again, if you're not comfortable talking to English in English, I can help translate. But yeah, so good afternoon, guys. So basically, I just want to talk to you. Like maybe you guys can share or maybe give an introduction, who you are, what you are working at Delman, before we move on to the next question. Maybe Raihan first.
Okay. Hello. My name is Raihan Parlaungan. You can call me Paung. I'm a backend engineer in Delman. I've been 3 years in Delman, I guess. I was high school dropout at my first year at high school. Yeah, high school, not college dropout. And yeah, after 4 years, now I'm currently working as a backend engineer at Delman. I'm trying to get my diploma at Binus University. Okay.
All right, thank you. And then we move on to Irshadi.
Okay, hello guys. Hello Garuda Hacks. My name is Irshadi Bagasutra, but you can call me Ibe. I am a senior software engineer from N Division for Delman, and I've been stayed with Delman for the past 2 years. So yeah, nice to meet you guys.
All right. Thank you, Irshadi. So basically, again, Raihan as Paung and Irshadi you can short as EB, right? So I think these two people are two of our engineers that built our product, which is Mandala. Maybe you guys can share, what things you experience while working at Delman. Maybe we know Paung just now mentioned that he didn't even finish high school, right? So at Delman again, we actually hire people not based on on your solely on your academic or any. We value very highly the experience, the initiative, the creativity that you show, and the ability to build. So maybe can you guys share what kind of things you experience while building at Delman, and maybe what are some new things that you get while working at Delman? Maybe.
Okay, Raihan, you want to go first?
Yeah. I guess the one thing that I really like about Delman is because now I'm working and studying at business at the same time. Delman give me a lot of time to studying. Like when I got when I got a problem at my college, I can ask Mas Raymond about the problem, and he will happily answer my problem and help me out with my homework at my university. So it's yeah, you can easily working and studying at the same time in Delman because they give you time and they will understand your situation, and they will give you and they will find a way to make that situation working. And yeah, you can finish your study, and you can and hopefully I can get my diploma. And I even get my scholarship from Delman because because I'm working there, and it makes it easier for me. Yeah, I guess
Okay.
that's yeah, I like it.
Yeah, thank you, Pong. So basically, one of the things, of course, kalau misalnya di apa bicarain bahasa nggak masalah ya, karena tadi udah. So yeah, but I can translate later. So I think basically for Pong, I think one of the things that you like is basically because you have the time to study outside of Delman as well, and you even get the scholarship from us, right? So yeah, we value our employee a lot. We actually our team is quite lean, I think, considering the things that we are doing, but we value our engineers, our tech people, and I mean not only tech but also everyone in the company a lot. So we give a lot of privileges like this. So maybe Ibe, do you want to share what are the things that uh, you like while working at Delman?
Yes, of course, Raymond. Thank you for that. I just want to say several things. Life at Delman, it's an amazing experience for me because we have work and life balance, and it's not just a jargon. I mean, at Delman, we believe that employee satisfaction is one of key factors to deliver a quality product. So at Delman, if you have, I don't know, maybe some personal problem or family emergencies, so yeah, just feel free to ask, and given by that, you can get additional leave, or just we encourage you to put your family first, and then uh, we can tackle the problems at work while you're doing your family or, I don't know, personal stuff. So yeah, that's one point. And then the second thing is flexibility in terms of work hour and your personal interest. Okay, here's maybe some perspective. We don't care that we believe that everybody have their own working hours. So it doesn't matter you want to work at 1 in the morning, or you want to work like 7 o'clock in the morning. We just don't care about business hour, but we're making sure that you spend uh, the given time of the day to coordinate with the rest of your team. So yeah, basically we try to build stuff here. So coordination and communication is important stuff. So yeah, we encourage you to have dedicated standby time, usually between after lunch and until 5 o'clock. So that's one thing about work flexibility. And in terms of personal interest, I believe Raihan or Paung was once from an engineer, and then uh, somewhere along the way he switched interest to back end engineer. So yeah, right now he is a back end engineer. So yeah, we're proud that we're quite flexible for your interest, as long as you show your qualifications and your capabilities. I mean, we can do it. On top of that, About benefits, we have laptop ownership programs and private insurance. Speaking of my experience, it just helps me a lot when when you got sick or yeah, you have a problem. Yeah, so it helps a lot. And the last thing is the most attractive thing join with Delman is you met with a bunch of gamers. So we just one big gamer. So we have you play Dota. There's a guy for that. You can play with every Saturday night. You play Pokemon Unite. I believe Raymond is playing too. So yeah, we're just not work, but we're trying to make work fun. So yeah, I think that's life at Delman in short. Yeah, just like that. It's fun.
All right, thanks a lot, Ibe. So I think there's a lot of things to cover there. So again, I think we value work-life balance a lot. So we know that working is not the only thing that you do at life. You also spend time with family. You also play. You also have problems personally. So we have like this one-on-one sessions where our employees can share their problems. We value their opinions a lot. We also have the things, the all the benefits that EB just shared just now. And I think I want to touch a bit on the flexibility, as I mentioned. So we at Delman, especially if you're on the tech team, we value flexibility a lot. As in, we don't really care about your productive time, because everyone has their own productive time, right? So I think it's hard for people to be productive, let's say between 1 to 5 p.m., for example. We understand that. We also, I think, given the right now we have the work from home culture, we also value, if people want to work not only, right now, not only in their home or wherever. That's why we have programs like laptop. I think aside from the laptop ownership program, we also have the internship, not internship, the internet reimbursement thing, where some people might have problems with their internet and so on, right? So we feel all these things to support our engineers. So yeah, maybe I want to ask you guys a question on the technical part, right? So as an engineer, as a software engineer especially, what kind of, maybe I know that this is something that people talk a lot to me when I talk to other engineers or even like in interviews, right? So what is there anything you guys learn technically in Delman? Because I think one thing that we show here is that Delman is founded by software engineers, right? So even me, sorry, Antio are software engineers. We have worked at Silicon Valley. So anything, do you have anything, like, let's say, to say to people that these are the things, if you want to learn, that you can learn at Delman? Any things you guys want to share?
I want to share something. Okay, so I was an Android developer, and yeah, I uh, I I can't do anything else. I can code, but because I'm a high school dropout, so I just can code in Android. Yeah, I can only develop Android apps. So when I get into Delman, I have a basic for front end and back end. And I learned a lot in Delman for front end and back end. That's why I can jump between division. For the first 2 years, I was in front end division with eBay, and then I was. And then I was, and then I just jumped into back end division, and I learned a lot. Like I was blind. I don't know anything about data before I got to Delman. I can create an API, REST API, and so on, but I learned Airflow, and then yeah, I learned a lot of things in Delman. So that's the one thing that I like, because apa ya, Mas, bahasa Inggrisnya gue bingung. Cuma, bahasa Indonesia adalah gue bisa belajar sambil dibayar gitu. Jadi,
Oh, okay. So
ilmu
you can learn while being paid. Yeah. Okay,
ya,
that's nice.
ya kan, kayak, gue tuh sambil, kayak bahkan, waktu gue tuh gue nggak terbuang sia-sia, gue belajar, ilmu gue bertambah dan ya gue juga tetap dibayar gitu. Gitu,
Okay.
and
So
yeah.
anything you want to add? Any ditambahin?
Satu lagi mungkin, there's one guy named Abe. He's my friend from high school, and yeah, he's just come into Delman like a month ago, ya Mas. Yes, he's just like me. His skill is just in Android developing. He can just develop an Android apps, but we accept him and let him learn here as a front-end engineers. Gitu. Yeah.
Okay.
So you don't have
So
to worry,
basically,
guys.
basically, what Mom mentioned is basically he learns a lot of things. I mean, what better things? I mean, if you go to school, you learn, but you pay, right? But in Delman, you not only you learn some new things that you cannot do before you come to Delman, but you also get paid, right? So what better things than that? Maybe. Okay. Ibe, do you want to share something? Anything maybe related to mentoring or code review and other.
Yeah, sure, Raymond. Thank you for that. I just want to add, in terms of growth and mentorship, of course, that we have ex-Silicon Valley founders. So, Raymond, I believe you're from, you once worked for Google, and then Theo, our CTO, he was from Splunk. So, yeah, I guess it's a valuable experience to learn a lot from them. Okay, and then you're not also learn from the C-level executive, but you can also learn from the other engineers, because as you know, here at Delman, we have a diverse background. So our engineer have a diverse background. So we have one engineer, Faris. His background was networking. So if anything we need to configure VPN or tunneling and stuff, networking stuff and infrastructure, you can learn from him. For me personally, I came from design. So yeah, in terms of product, yeah, I can provide or assist you if that is your personal interest. So I think we're all at Delman brings additional value to the table, so it just completes the team perfectly. So yeah, in terms of what I learned, okay, this is an interesting part because I'm to be honest, I'm not a computer science graduate. So yeah, my bachelor title is library and information science, and of course design and stuff. Yeah, so I don't know how to code properly, but here at Telman, I learned about like some simple basic stuff like basic notation or that structure and algorithms. So yeah, it's a simple thing, but it's quite essential for the job as a software engineer. So yeah, I guess it's a wonderful experience to be able to work at Delman. And in terms of what I have learned for the past couple of years, I guess a lot. We have enormous opportunities to try new technologies, such as in front end we just migrate our test from React testing library to Cypress, so we use integration test. That's interesting part. And then we lately we use data fetching library to maintain state data in between caching the given data from the backend API. So yeah, that's an interesting part and kind of hard, but I guess it's more like interesting. So yeah, I mean, you can learn a lot from us, and of course we can also learn a lot from you guys, because you don't know what maybe next people will bring up to our table at Delman. I guess that's all, Ramon.
All right, that's great. So basically, I would say we are like essentially a bunch of hackers, right? We have our own skill sets, and not only not only the people that already work abroad. All these people, I mean, I think Ibe mentioned some of the people that have specific skill sets like networking. VPN, and also I believe some of our engineers are also capable of doing things like, even they are backend engineers, but they have experience in machine learning and so on. And so basically, I think if you are one of the people that looks to learn things in your career, especially early, this is one of the right place to do. We know that some people don't have the environment to learn. I mean, they work but they don't learn, right? So you need to some of those people only learn by themselves, right, from Google and so on. So I think here basically, because we are building things that want to be revolutionary, we also need to be inventive. We learn new stuff, we explore, we research different products, we see what we can do better. So again, this is a rare opportunity where you can do this outside Indonesia, if as a software engineer. So if you are one of the people that looks to build stuff, learn new things, and also want to teach others about what you're good at, this is one of the place to do it, right? So okay, so I think given the time, maybe I want to give one opportunity for you guys to, if you do you guys have anything to say to people that are interested in working at Delman? Maybe from, yeah, right.
I just want to say that you don't have to be afraid, and you don't have to be worried if you want to go to Delman. Just put your CV, and you don't have to worry about your skills. You can learn here. We have a lot of awesome mentor like Mas Raymond here, Mas Theo, and Ibe, our senior software engineer. Yeah, we have a lot of good mentor. So like what Ibe said, you can learn a lot from us, and we can learn a lot from you. So you don't have to worry. That's it.
All right, that's great. Ibe?
Okay, on top of that, I just want to say that embrace your mistake. Okay, don't be afraid to make a mistakes because it's a part of your learning process. Just make sure that your mistakes will turn into a good investment. So, what is a good investment in mistakes? So, yeah, if you learn something from the mistakes, you can identify your point of mistakes and not repeat it sometimes in the future. That's a good mistake. That's a good investment in making mistakes. So yeah, don't be afraid of making mistakes. So because mistake is a part of your work. I mean, at some point, if you in your life, in your work, you just make mistake, and it's just human. So don't be afraid to make mistakes. Don't be afraid to learn new things. And yeah, I think that's all, Raymond.
Okay, thank you so much, guys, for the time to to talk about working and life at Delman. Thank you so much. I want to share a bit of the summary. Maybe if you guys miss some of the parts, I am trying to present my screen a bit here. Yeah. So basically, this is the summary. We will distribute this material on Discord. I believe. I think we already did, but if you guys missed it, we will do it today as well. So basically, these are the things that we, as a person at working at Delman, basically all the stuff that we already discussed just now. And yep, so basically in this material, you will see you can email us at this application. And also, we believe that we already, some positions that are available, back end, front end. I think we basically, hiring on all ends, basically, because we want to find people that, are interesting. We always open this position, and we also always hire great people that want to join us, right? So this matter will be distributed on Discord. So don't worry if if you miss the event, you can still check the Discord channel. And yes, I think that's basically all for the session, for the discussion. Maybe if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. Yep.
Thank you, Raymond. Um, I'm just looking at the chat right now and maybe giving a few more seconds for people to fill in their questions. But thank you again for that presentation. Thank you also for Ishadi and Rehan. I think it was also very good encouragement for us. I myself also don't have like a technical background, so I think it's really good to see that there's still opportunities for for learning and also for growth. Um, yeah, I think if there's no other questions, Raymond, if you have any last words, feel free. But I think this is the end of our company talks today. Really happy to hear from you again today and also from yesterday. Um, we will be ending our submission portal in a few hours, so 11 p.m. WIB Indonesian time. So everyone, hope you guys can put in your project soon, and also just like communicate in Discord channels if you have any questions. And Raymond, any last words, maybe?
Yeah, so basically, thank you, I guess, for Garuda Hacks, and good luck for all the participants. Hopefully, you guys can build great stuff. And if you guys have any question, feel free to contact us as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate you, Dylan. See you guys all soon.
Right.
Bye. And yes, just reminding everybody to submit your projects and have. I hope you guys are staying strong. Bye.